Every calm face you see during the day may be carrying a mind that has been fighting for years in silence. When the room gets quiet, when the phone goes dark, when there is no one left to impress, distract, or explain yourself to, the deeper mind begins to speak. The old pain rises. The hidden fear returns. The memories you buried start knocking softly from the inside. Not because you are broken, but because a part of you is still asking to be healed. We were taught to move on before we understood what hurt us, to smile before we felt safe, to stay strong while the subconscious kept storing every wound, every rejection, every betrayal, every moment that made us feel small. And over time, the mind does something strange. It starts protecting you from pain by keeping you close to it. It repeats old patterns. It expects disappointment. It turns fear into identity. But there is another part of you, a deeper, wiser part, that knows pain is not your permanent home. It knows the mind can be washed clean. It knows old thoughts can lose their grip. It knows that what damaged you does not have to define you. Tonight, this is where the cleanse begins. A quiet return to the hidden places inside you. A gentle release of the weight your conscious mind forgot, but your subconscious never stopped carrying. A deep inner reset for the thoughts, fears, memories, and wounds that have lived in you too long. Not to erase who you are, but to free who you were always meant to become. And as the mind begins to grow quieter, something unexpected often appears first. Not peace, not relief, but old promises you never knew you made. Silent decisions formed in pain. Invisible rules created in moments when you were hurt, afraid, rejected, or left alone. Many lives are guided by these hidden agreements without ever knowing it. Some of the strongest prisons are not built by walls. They are built by conclusions the mind makes during suffering. When pain enters your life, the mind tries to protect you quickly. It does not always choose truth. It chooses survival. In moments of heartbreak, humiliation, betrayal, neglect, or fear, your inner world often creates emotional agreements to stop that pain from happening again. These agreements are rarely spoken out loud. They are written silently beneath thought. A child ignored too often may form the agreement, "My needs are a burden." That child may become an adult who never asks for help, even when drowning. A person betrayed by someone trusted may form the agreement, "No one is safe." Years later, they may sabotage every loving relationship before closeness can grow. Someone mocked for failing may form the agreement, "If I am not perfect, I will be rejected." They then live exhausted, chasing impossible standards. The damaged mind often thinks these agreements are personality. It says, "This is just who I am." But many traits are not identity. They are old protection strategies wearing your face. The problem is that agreements made in pain are usually made with limited understanding. When you were hurt, you could not always see the full picture. You only saw the wound. You interpreted life through shock, fear, loneliness, or shame. So the mind created rules based on a small moment and carried them into every future moment. This is how one rejection becomes, "I am not lovable." One betrayal becomes, "People always leave." One failure becomes, "I ruin everything." One season of struggle becomes, "Life never works for me." The subconscious does not ask whether these statements are fair. It asks whether they once helped you survive. And sometimes they did help. Distrust may have protected you from danger. Perfectionism may have earned approval in unstable environments. Silence may have kept conflict low. Emotional distance may have prevented disappointment. But what once protected you can later imprison you. Many adults are still obeying childhood agreements in adult situations. They fear healthy love because they learned closeness brings pain. They hide talent because attention once brought criticism. They overwork because rest once felt unsafe. They apologize constantly because peace once depended on pleasing others. The first cleanse begins with noticing the rule beneath the behavior. When you overreact, ask what agreement was touched. When you shut down, ask what old rule became active. When you panic over small things, ask what past wound is speaking through the present. This is not weakness. This is awareness returning. For example, if someone delays replying and you feel intense anxiety, the real pain may not be the message. It may be an agreement like, when people go quiet, I get abandoned. If criticism crushes you more than it should, the deeper agreement may be, mistakes make me unworthy. If rest fills you with guilt, the hidden rule may be, my value only exists when I produce. Once seen, these agreements begin losing power. Darkness survives by staying unnamed. The next step is to question them gently. Ask yourself, who taught me this? Was this true, or was it pain speaking? Did this belief protect me once but harm me now? Would I teach this rule to someone I love? Honest questions loosen ancient chains, then begin replacing survival agreements with healing agreements. Instead of, my needs are a burden, practice, my needs matter too. Instead of, no one is safe, practice, some people are unsafe, but not everyone. Instead of, if I fail, I lose value, practice, failure is an event, not an identity. Instead of, I must do everything alone, practice, support is strength. Do not expect instant change. Old agreements were repeated through years of emotion. They may return often, but every time they return and you answer with truth, you weaken their roots. This work also requires compassion. Many people feel anger when they discover these hidden rules. They think, why did I become like this? But remember, your mind was trying to save you with the tools it had. It built shelters out of fear because no one taught it how to build homes out of wisdom. Thank the old protection, then release it. There may be grief too. You may realize how many choices were shaped by agreements that were never truly yours. Relationships avoided, joy delayed, confidence hidden, years spent proving false beliefs wrong. Let yourself feel that sadness without drowning in it. Grief often appears when healing becomes honest, and something beautiful happens when these agreements dissolve. You respond to life as it is, not as it once was. You stop punishing new people for old people's actions. You stop measuring today by yesterday's pain. You stop mistaking fear for guidance. The subconscious becomes cleaner, not when memory disappears, but when false contracts are broken. Tonight, let the mind loosen every promise it made under pressure. Let the nervous system know the emergency has passed. Let the old rules step down from power. You are not required to keep living by vows written in your darkest hours. Some agreements were made by a frightened version of you. This chapter of life can be written by a wiser one. And once those hidden agreements begin to loosen, another truth slowly comes forward. Many of the thoughts you call your own did not begin with you. Some of them were planted in moments when you were dismissed, ignored, laughed at, compared, replaced, or made to feel unwanted. Rejection does not always leave loudly. Sometimes it stays quietly and learns how to speak in your voice. There is a kind of pain that does not end when the person walks away. It remains inside the mind like an echo. At first, it sounds like what they said. Then, over time, it begins to sound like what you believe. This is how old rejection becomes your inner voice. Someone rejects your love, and the mind whispers, "You are too much." Someone overlooks your effort, and the mind whispers, "You are not important." Someone chooses another person, another place, another life, and something inside you begins to wonder, what is wrong with me? The wound may have happened once, but the mind can repeat it for years. This is why rejection is so powerful. It does not only hurt the heart, it can change the way you hear yourself. A damaged mind often carries rejection as private evidence. It gathers moments from the past and uses them to build a case against your worth. One person did not stay, so the mind says you are hard to love. One group did not accept you, so the mind says you do not belong anywhere. One person made you feel invisible, so the mind says there must be nothing special about you. But rejection is not always truth. Sometimes it is another person's limitation. Sometimes it is bad timing. Sometimes it is immaturity. Sometimes it is someone failing to see what they were never wise enough to value. The danger begins when your subconscious turns their inability into your identity. The inner voice is shaped by repetition. If you were repeatedly criticized, you may now correct yourself harshly before anyone else can. If you were ignored, you may now silence your needs before they are dismissed. If you were abandoned emotionally, you may now expect people to leave even when they are trying to stay. The old rejection becomes a narrator inside you, explaining every situation through fear. You walk into a room, and before anyone speaks, the voice says, "They will not like you." You make one small mistake, and it says, "This is why people give up on you." Someone becomes quiet, and it says, "They are tired of you." Nothing has happened yet, but the old wound has already written the story. This is not because you are weak. It is because the brain tries to predict pain so it can avoid it. But when the brain uses old rejection as its guide, it begins to misread the present. It sees danger where there is only silence. It sees hatred where there is only distance. It sees proof of unworthiness where there is only ordinary human behavior. And this is where the cleanse must go deeper. You must begin to ask, whose voice is this? Not every thought deserves to be trusted simply because it appears inside your mind. Some thoughts are old recordings. Some thoughts are borrowed cruelty. Some thoughts are emotional bruises pretending to be wisdom. When your inner voice says, "You are not enough," pause. Ask where that sentence first came from. Did it come from truth, or did it come from someone who did not know how to love you properly? Did it come from your highest self, or from a younger part of you still trying to understand why you were not chosen? This question is powerful because it separates you from the voice, and once you are separate from it, you are no longer controlled by it. A healed inner voice does not flatter you with lies. It speaks to you with fairness. It does not say, "You are perfect." It says, "You are growing." It does not say, "Everyone will accept you." It says, "You can survive not being accepted by everyone." It does not say, "Rejection will never happen again." It says, "Rejection does not get to define your worth." That is the difference between false comfort and real healing. Old rejection makes you beg life for proof that you matter. Healing teaches you to stop asking wounded people to be the mirror of your value. Some people rejected you because they could not receive you. Some rejected you because accepting you would have required honesty they were not ready for. Some rejected you because they were carrying their own damage. Their response may have affected you, but it does not have to explain you. The deeper work is learning to speak to yourself in a voice that protects without poisoning you. When you notice the old voice rising, do not fight it with anger. Answer it with steadiness. I hear the fear, but I will not call it truth. I remember the pain, but I will not let it name me. I was rejected before, but I am not rejection itself. These simple sentences become new pathways. Slowly, the mind learns another language. The old voice may still appear, but it no longer sits on the throne. You also begin to stop living as if every person is a judge. You stop editing your soul to avoid being dismissed. You stop shrinking before people have even decided how to treat you. You stop entering every connection already apologizing for existing. This is where dignity returns, because the goal is not to become someone no one can reject. That is impossible. The goal is to become someone who does not abandon themselves when rejection happens. There is a quiet freedom in this. You can be misunderstood and still remain whole. You can be passed over and still remain valuable. You can be unwanted by one person and still be deeply worthy of love, peace, and belonging. Tonight, let the old voices lose their volume. Let every rejection that taught you to speak harshly to yourself begin to dissolve. Let the mind understand that what happened to you was painful, but it was not a final verdict. You are allowed to stop repeating the sentence that broke you. And as that old inner voice grows weaker, you make space for a truer one, a voice that does not come from fear, a voice that does not come from shame, a voice that says, gently and firmly, I am still here, I am still worthy, I am still becoming. And when that kinder inner voice begins to return, another mystery often reveals itself. You may notice certain pains keep reappearing in different forms, different faces, same wound, different places, same fear, different years, same heaviness. It can feel cruel until you understand that the subconscious often repeats what it never fully understood. Some suffering does not stay in the past. It circles back through patterns. A person who felt unseen as a child may keep choosing relationships where they are overlooked. Someone betrayed once may keep attracting secrecy, distance, or emotional confusion. A person who grew up around criticism may keep entering spaces where they must constantly prove themselves. On the surface, it looks like bad luck. Deep below, it is often unfinished pain searching for meaning. The subconscious mind does not work like logic. It works through association, memory, emotion, and repetition. When something deeply painful happens and is never processed, the mind stores it as an open loop. It does not know where to place it. It does not understand why it happened. It cannot make peace with it. So instead of releasing the pain, it keeps recreating familiar situations around it. This is why many people say, "Why does this keep happening to me?" The event may be new, but the wound is old. The subconscious hopes that by revisiting similar pain, this time there will be a different ending. This time someone will stay. This time you will be chosen. This time you will be heard. This time you will win approval. This time betrayal will be prevented. This time the child inside you will finally feel safe. But because the wound is unconscious, the pattern often repeats without awareness. You are not choosing pain because you love suffering. You may be choosing familiarity because the nervous system mistakes familiar for safe. That is one of the deepest truths in healing. The body can prefer known pain over unknown peace. Chaos feels normal to some people because calm was absent during formative years. Emotional distance feels attractive because closeness once felt dangerous. Overworking feels necessary because rest once led to criticism or guilt. Being needed feels like love because being valued only happened when you were useful. The subconscious does not say these things in words. It pulls through instincts, cravings, reactions, and attraction. Someone may say they want peace, yet feel bored around stable people. They may say they want trust, yet chase emotionally unavailable partners. They may say they want rest, yet sabotage every quiet moment with worry. The conscious mind wants healing. The subconscious repeats old maps. This is why knowledge alone is not enough. You can understand patterns intellectually and still live them emotionally. The first step is noticing repetition without self-hatred. Ask yourself gently, what pain keeps changing clothes in my life What emotion returns most often? Rejection, abandonment, humiliation, powerlessness, not being enough. What type of people drain me in similar ways? What situations trigger reactions larger than the moment deserves? These questions are not for blame. They are for clarity. When you identify the repeating pain, look beneath the current situation. If criticism crushes you, perhaps it connects to years of feeling judged. If silence terrifies you, perhaps it links to emotional neglect. If conflict feels unbearable, perhaps peace was unstable in the past. If you chase people who withdraw, perhaps you are still trying to win love from those who could not give it. Once seen, the pattern loses some of its magic. The next step is to give understanding where none existed before. Pain often repeats because it was never fully named. Tell the truth about what happened. I was neglected. I was shamed. I was loved inconsistently. I learned to earn affection. I learned that mistakes brought rejection. Honest naming is powerful. It stops the mind from carrying confusion as identity. Then give yourself what was missing. If you lacked reassurance, practice reassurance now. If you lacked protection, create boundaries now. If you lacked gentleness, speak gently now. If you lacked consistency, become steady with yourself now. Healing often means becoming for yourself what life once withheld. This changes the subconscious because it learns through experience more than speeches. You also need to interrupt repetition in real time. When drawn toward familiar pain, pause. Ask, does this feel good or does this feel familiar? Many life-changing decisions begin with that one question. Sometimes attraction is not destiny. Sometimes it is unresolved history. If you feel compelled to prove yourself to someone cold, pause. If you feel addicted to chasing approval, pause. If you feel suspicious of calm love, pause. The old wound may be reaching for another chance to rewrite itself, but you do not have to hand it the pen again. There may be grief in this stage. You may realize how many years were shaped by patterns you did not understand. Be tender with yourself. Repetition was not stupidity. It was pain trying to complete a sentence without the right words. And there is hope in that realization. What was learned can be unlearned. What was repeated can be interrupted. What was unconscious can become conscious. The subconscious does not need punishment. It needs education. Each time you choose a healthier response, you teach the deeper mind something new. Each boundary teaches safety. Each calm relationship teaches trust. Each moment of rest teaches that peace is survivable. Each refusal to chase teaches dignity. Each act of self-respect teaches worth. Slowly, the inner map changes. One day you notice you are no longer drawn to what once consumed you. The drama feels tiring. The chaos feels loud. The coldness feels obvious. The patterns that once felt irresistible begin to feel heavy. That is healing becoming natural. Tonight, let every pain that kept repeating because it was never understood receive light. Let the subconscious know it no longer has to recreate old suffering to get your attention. Let confusion turn into insight. Let familiarity lose its grip. You do not need to relive the wound to heal the wound. Some circles end the moment they are understood. And when those old circles begin to break, another layer of freedom becomes possible. Many people stop repeating pain, yet still carry it as a name. They leave the pattern, but keep the label. They change their life, but still describe themselves through what hurt them. This is where a deeper healing begins. The rare practice of separating memory from identity. Some memories stay so close for so long that they start wearing your face. A person who was betrayed may begin saying, "I am broken." Someone who was abandoned may quietly believe, I am hard to love. A person who failed publicly may carry, I am a disappointment. Someone raised in chaos may think, I am damaged. Notice the shift. A painful event becomes a personal definition. This is one of the mind's oldest mistakes. Memory is something that happened. Identity is who you are. When the two merge, suffering becomes sticky. The past no longer feels like a chapter. It feels like your nature. The subconscious does this because it wants coherence. Human beings need stories to understand life. If something painful happened and no one helped you process it, the mind creates a quick explanation. This happened because of me. This happened because I am not enough. This happened because this is the kind of life I get. These stories may feel solid, but many were written during confusion. Painful memory is powerful because it carries emotion, and emotion often feels like truth. You remember the betrayal and feel shame, so you assume shame belongs to you. You remember being rejected and feel small, so you assume smallness is your essence. You remember being powerless and think powerlessness is permanent. But memory can be vivid and still misleading. A storm can leave damage without becoming the climate. What happened to you matters deeply. It shaped reactions, fears, defenses, and choices. But shaping is not the same as defining. A difficult season may influence the road, but it does not own the destination. Many people introduce themselves inwardly through old pain. They do not say it aloud, but it guides everything. I am the one people leave. I am the anxious one. I am the black sheep. I am the angry one. I am the one who always ruins good things. Then life starts organizing around these identities. You avoid closeness because you are the one who gets abandoned. You stay silent because you are the one nobody listens to. You accept poor treatment because you are the difficult one. Identity becomes a hidden script. This is why separating memory from identity is rare. Most people remember pain and unconsciously become loyal to it. The first step is learning new language. Instead of I am anxious, try I experience anxiety sometimes. Instead of I am broken, try I have been hurt. Instead of I am unlovable, try I learned that fear through painful experiences. Instead of I am a failure, try I failed at something. These changes seem small, but they are powerful. They move pain from essence to experience, from self to story, from permanent to workable. The next step is noticing how often memory enters the present disguised as identity. When you hesitate to try again, ask whether you are protecting yourself or obeying an old label. When you assume people dislike you, ask whether the current moment supports that belief or whether memory is speaking first. When you feel shame quickly, ask whether the emotion belongs to today or to years ago. Many present reactions are memories wearing current clothes. This practice also requires honoring memory without worshipping it. Some people fear that releasing pain means pretending it did not matter. Not true. You can respect the wound without living inside it. You can remember injustice without becoming only the injured person. You can acknowledge loss without becoming loss itself. Healing does not erase memory. It changes the relationship with it. A healed memory becomes information, not identity. You remember betrayal and gain discernment. You remember hardship and gain resilience. You remember loneliness and gain compassion for others. You remember mistakes and gain humility. Pain can become wisdom when it stops being your name. There may be resistance here. If you have identified with suffering for years, releasing it can feel strange. Some people secretly ask, who am I without this story? That question is natural. Old identities, even painful ones, can feel familiar. But familiarity is not destiny. You are more than the worst thing that happened to you. You are also your kindness after pain, your courage after fear, your patience after chaos, your honesty after deception, your softness after hardness, your willingness to keep going when giving up would have been easier. Those parts deserve identity too. Try remembering yourself more completely, not just the wound, but the strength that carried it, not just the rejection, but the life you built afterward, not just the loss, but the love you still offer, not just the mistake, but the lessons born from it. The damaged mind edits life into a tragedy. The healing mind restores the full story. Another powerful practice is to speak of your past as something you lived through, not something you still are. I went through abandonment. I survived humiliation. I lived in chaos. I experienced deep grief. These phrases create space between the event and the self, and in that space, freedom grows. One day you notice the memory still exists, but it no longer defines the room. It is there, but smaller. It is true, but not total. It belongs to your history, not your identity. That is maturity of the soul. Tonight, let the mind loosen every label built from pain. Let old memories return to their rightful place, as chapters, not names. Let the subconscious learn that what happened shaped you, but never contained you. You are not the betrayal. You are not the abandonment. You are not the failure. You are not the wound. You are the one who lived through it and became more than it. And once memory is no longer mistaken for identity, another chain becomes visible. Many people know they were hurt, yet still expect that hurt to control tomorrow. They do not just remember wounds, they consult them. They use old pain as if it can predict the future. This is where suffering quietly extends itself. This is why learning to stop treating your wounds like prophecies changes everything. Some scars become false fortune tellers. A person betrayed once may believe betrayal waits in every relationship. Someone who was rejected may assume every new room will dismiss them. A person who failed publicly may expect humiliation every time they try again. Someone neglected in the past may hear silence and immediately predict abandonment. The wound speaks with certainty, and the mind mistakes certainty for truth. Pain often says, "I have seen this before," but the subconscious forgets one important thing. Similar feelings do not always mean the same outcome. A delayed reply is not the same as being abandoned. Constructive feedback is not the same as being shamed. A disagreement is not the same as rejection. A new challenge is not the same as the old failure. Yet when wounds become prophecies, the present gets judged by the past before it has a chance to reveal itself. This creates a painful cycle. You expect harm, so you become guarded. You become guarded, so connection weakens. Connection weakens, so fear feels confirmed. You expect disappointment, so you hold back effort. You hold back effort, so results suffer. Results suffer, so the wound says, "See, I was right." The prophecy often fulfills itself not because it was true, but because it was obeyed. This is one of the deepest costs of unresolved pain. It steals possibilities before life can offer them. Many people think they are being realistic when they are actually being wounded. They say, "I'm just protecting myself." Sometimes protection is wise, but often it is fear dressed as wisdom. True caution observes facts. Wounded prophecy assumes outcomes. There is a difference. A wise mind says, "Some people are unsafe, so I will move carefully." A wounded mind says, "Everyone will hurt me eventually." A wise mind says, "I failed before, so I will prepare better." A wounded mind says, "Failure follows me." A wise mind says, This person is quiet today. I'll stay calm and communicate. A wounded mind says, they are leaving me. One response is grounded, the other is haunted. The first step in breaking this pattern is catching prediction language inside yourself. Listen for phrases like, this always happens. I know how this ends. No one ever stays. I'll ruin it. They probably hate me. There's no point trying. These statements often come from old wounds, not present evidence. When you hear them, pause and ask 3 simple questions. What facts do I actually have right now? What am I assuming because of the past? What would I believe if I were not afraid? These questions slow the automatic prophecy and return power to awareness. The next step is learning to tolerate uncertainty. Wounds hate uncertainty because uncertainty contains risk. But it also contains hope, growth, and outcomes your pain cannot imagine. If you demand guarantees before trusting, loving, trying, or resting, life becomes very small. Healing often begins when you let life be unknown again. This does not mean becoming naive. It means refusing to let yesterday act as a dictator over tomorrow. Another powerful practice is to separate intuition from trauma response. Many people call fear intuition because both can feel strong. But intuition is usually clear, steady, and quiet. Trauma response is urgent, panicked, and absolute. Intuition says, something feels off, move carefully. Wounded prophecy says, disaster is coming. Learning this difference protects you from false alarms. You must also stop gathering evidence only for pain. The damaged mind notices every sign that confirms fear and ignores signs of safety. It remembers the one person who betrayed trust and forgets the many who did not. It focuses on one rejection and ignores quiet acceptance. It magnifies mistakes and minimizes progress. Balance the evidence. Write down moments when people were kind, times you handled difficulty well, situations that went better than expected, days peace lasted longer than fear predicted. This teaches the subconscious that pain is not the only pattern available. There may be grief here too. If you have lived by wounded prophecy for years, you may realize how much joy was delayed, chances avoided, relationships never entered, talents never tested. Be gentle with yourself. You were trying to survive with the map you had. Now you get to redraw it. The deeper truth is this: wounds are historians, not prophets. They can tell you where you were hurt. They cannot tell you who you will become. Yes, the past can teach caution. Yes, experience matters. But no scar has the authority to decide your future unless you hand it that authority. Each time you trust wisely after betrayal, the prophecy weakens. Each time you try again after failure, the prophecy weakens. Each time you stay calm instead of assuming abandonment, the prophecy weakens. Each time you let something good happen without sabotaging it, the prophecy weakens. Slowly, the nervous system learns a new reality. Not everything repeats. Not everyone leaves. Not every attempt ends badly. Not every silence hides danger. Not every open door leads to pain. This is how hope becomes practical. One day you notice you no longer ask old wounds what is possible. You ask your present self. You no longer let scars predict love, work, peace, or purpose. You let life unfold without interrogation from the past. That is freedom with wisdom. Tonight, let every wound step down from the role of fortune teller. Let memory teach, but not rule. Let fear advise, but not command. Let tomorrow arrive unjudged. You were hurt before. That is true. You may be hurt again. That is possible. But you are also stronger, wiser, clearer, and more whole than before. And that truth deserves a voice louder than any scar. And when old wounds stop pretending to predict the future, another hidden pattern comes into view. Many people say they want peace, yet when peace finally appears, they feel restless, suspicious, uncomfortable, even afraid. They move toward calm with their words, then run from it with their nervous system. This is why damaged minds often confuse peace with danger. Sometimes the safest room can feel the strangest. A person raised around chaos may enter a calm relationship and feel bored. Someone used to criticism may receive kindness and become suspicious. A person who lived in constant stress may have a free evening and suddenly feel anxious. Someone who survived emotional unpredictability may panic when life becomes steady. It seems irrational on the surface, but deep below it makes sense. The subconscious learns through repetition. If your body spent years adapting to tension, then tension becomes familiar. If love came mixed with fear, then fear becomes linked with closeness. If silence usually meant anger was coming, then quiet can trigger alarm. If peace was rare, the nervous system may treat it as unknown territory. And for the wounded mind, unfamiliar often feels unsafe. This is one of the cruelest effects of damage. You finally reach what you needed, but your body does not know how to receive it. Calm arrives, and instead of relief, there is discomfort. Stability appears, and instead of gratitude, there is suspicion. Nothing is wrong, yet something inside says, "Be careful." That voice is not wisdom, it is conditioning. Many people unknowingly recreate stress because stress feels normal. They start arguments during peaceful seasons. They overbook themselves when rest becomes available. They chase emotionally unavailable people because stable love feels flat. They obsess over problems that do not exist because silence feels unbearable. The damaged mind often prefers familiar pain over unfamiliar peace. This does not mean you are broken. It means your nervous system became skilled at surviving one environment and now needs to be retrained for another. Think of a person who lived for years beside loud traffic. When moved to a quiet countryside home, they may struggle to sleep at first. The silence feels strange. The body waits for noise. In the same way, many minds wait for conflict, disappointment, criticism, or urgency because those sounds became normal inside. Peace can feel empty before it feels healing. That is important to understand. Many people quit healing in this stage because they mistake discomfort for danger. They think, this calm relationship must be missing something. This job without chaos feels wrong. This free time is making me anxious, so I need to stay busy. In truth, the body may simply be detoxing from adrenaline. Stress chemicals can become addictive patterns. Constant urgency gives the mind something to chase, fix, resist, or fear. Peace removes the distraction. Then unhealed emotions surface. Old grief rises. Buried loneliness appears. Unprocessed thoughts come forward. So, some people call peace dangerous when it is really revealing. The first step is to notice your reaction to calm moments. When nothing is wrong and anxiety appears, pause. Ask, is something truly unsafe right now, or is my body unused to safety? That question can save years of self-sabotage. When kindness makes you suspicious, ask whether the person is untrustworthy or whether trust itself feels unfamiliar. When rest makes you guilty, ask whether productivity became your only source of worth. When silence feels tense, ask whether old memories attached threat to quiet. These questions bring light to automatic responses. The next step is practicing small doses of peace. Do not force yourself into perfect stillness overnight. Start gently. Sit in a quiet room for 5 minutes without reaching for distraction. Take a slow walk without turning it into a task. Receive a compliment without deflecting it. Let someone care for you without earning it. Finish your work and allow yourself to rest. These moments teach the subconscious that calm does not equal collapse. Breathing deeply also helps. When peace feels uncomfortable, the body often remains in alert mode. Slow breathing tells the nervous system that no emergency is present. Relaxing the jaw, shoulders, and stomach can send the same message. The body sometimes needs physical proof before the mind believes safety is real. You must also learn that peace is not boredom. Chaos feels intense, but intensity is not the same as meaning. Drama feels alive, but it often drains life. Peace may seem plain at first because it is not shouting for attention. Yet within peace there is space for joy, creativity, clarity, love, and steady strength. Many people only discover their true personality after leaving chaos. Beneath survival mode lives humor, softness, curiosity, patience, and depth that stress kept buried. There may be grief in this process too. You may realize how long you called suffering normal, how many healthy things you rejected because they felt unfamiliar, how many calm doors you closed while chasing noisy pain. Let that grief move through you without shame. You were trained by circumstances, not cursed by nature. Healing means allowing the body to update its definitions. Silence can become rest instead of threat. Kindness can become nourishment instead of suspicion. Consistency can become trust instead of boredom. Free time can become life instead of guilt. Peace can become home instead of danger. This takes repetition. The nervous system trusts what it experiences often. Each day you remain in healthy calm without fleeing it. You teach your inner world something new. Each steady relationship, each quiet evening, each unforced breath, each moment of rest becomes evidence. One day you notice something beautiful. The peace that once felt strange now feels precious. The chaos that once felt exciting now feels exhausting. The old appetite for turmoil weakens. Your standards rise. Your body stops craving storms. That is recovery becoming embodied. Tonight, let every part of you that learned to fear calm begin to soften. Let the subconscious know the war is not happening now. Let stillness become safe. Let quiet become medicine. Let steadiness become welcome. You do not need chaos to feel alive. Sometimes the deepest sign of healing is this: nothing dramatic is happening, and you finally feel okay. And once peace begins to feel safer, another painful mystery starts to make sense. Many people do not lose good things because life was cruel in that moment. They lose them because something unseen inside them pushed against what they consciously wanted. Love arrived, opportunity opened, progress started, healing began. And then somehow it unraveled. This is the subconscious reason you sabotage good things. Sometimes the hand that blocks the blessing is your own, without you realizing it. A person says they want love, then withdraws when someone sincere gets close. Someone says they want success, then procrastinates when an important chance appears. A person says they want peace, then creates conflict when life becomes calm. Someone says they want healing, then returns to habits that keep them hurting. From the outside, it looks confusing. From the inside, it often feels frustrating. Why do I ruin what I need? Many quietly ask. The answer is rarely simple laziness or weakness. More often, the subconscious is trying to protect you using outdated rules. The deeper mind values familiarity more than happiness. If pain was familiar, pain can feel safer than joy. If struggle was normal, ease can feel suspicious. If rejection was common, love can feel risky. If disappointment happened often, hope can feel dangerous. So when something good enters your life, The subconscious may treat it as a threat, not because the good thing is bad, but because it challenges old beliefs. If you secretly believe you are hard to love, healthy love creates tension inside you. If you believe success leads to pressure or jealousy, growth may trigger fear. If you believe peace never lasts, calm moments can feel temporary and unsafe. If you learned that receiving invites loss, blessings may feel like traps. The conscious mind says, "I want this." The subconscious says, "This is unfamiliar, be careful." And because the subconscious often speaks through behavior, not words, sabotage begins quietly. You delay important tasks. You become cold with someone kind. You start arguments over small things. You stop showing up consistently. You numb yourself when progress begins. You overthink until action dies. You choose distractions at the exact moment discipline matters. Then when things fall apart, the old belief gets confirmed. See, good things never stay. See, I'm not capable. See, love always fails. The wound feels proven, but it was often protected. This is why sabotage can feel like fate when it is really fear in disguise. Another reason people sabotage good things is identity conflict. If you have long identified as the struggler, the rejected one, the chaotic one, the invisible one, then growth can feel like betrayal of self. Becoming healthier may distance you from old relationships. Becoming successful may expose you to judgment. Becoming loved may require vulnerability. The old self resists being replaced, even when it was painful. There is also guilt. Many damaged minds feel uncomfortable receiving what they did not have before. They think others deserve more. They feel selfish for resting, succeeding, being chosen, or feeling joy. So they unconsciously reduce themselves to stay emotionally familiar. This is why some people can work hard for good things, then destroy them once they arrive. The first step in healing sabotage is to stop calling yourself stupid or broken. Shame only deepens the pattern. Sabotage is often an unskilled attempt at self-protection. Your mind may be saying, "If I ruin it first, I control the pain. If I never fully try, failure cannot define me. If I push them away, they cannot abandon me later." These are painful strategies, but they once made sense to a wounded system. The next step is noticing when sabotage begins. It usually starts before the visible damage. It begins as discomfort when things go well, restlessness during peace, suspicion during kindness, pressure during opportunity. The body tightens. The mind searches for flaws. You feel an urge to escape, delay, criticize, numb, or retreat. That moment is sacred. Catching the pattern there changes lives. Pause and ask, what good thing feels unsafe right now? Then ask, what old belief is being challenged? If love feels unsafe, perhaps you learned love equals pain. If success feels unsafe, perhaps visibility once brought criticism. If rest feels unsafe, perhaps worth became tied to struggle. If joy feels unsafe, perhaps happiness was followed by loss before. Once named, the fear becomes workable. Then practice staying present with goodness in small doses. Receive one compliment without arguing. Complete one important task without perfectionism. Allow one peaceful evening without creating problems. Accept one act of love without testing it. Celebrate one win without minimizing it. These small moments retrain the subconscious. They teach that good things can be survived. You must also build tolerance for vulnerability. Every blessing asks something of you. Love asks openness. Success asks responsibility. Peace asks trust. Growth asks change. If you only want the reward without the emotional stretch, sabotage becomes tempting. Healing means becoming strong enough to hold what you once prayed for. There may be grief here too. You may see how many doors you closed from fear. Relationships weakened, opportunities missed, habits repeated. Do not drown in regret. Use it as wisdom. You are acting from old programming, not clear freedom. Now you are learning differently. The deepest shift happens when you stop asking, "How do I get good things?" and start asking, "How do I become safe enough to keep them?" That question changes everything. Because many blessings are already trying to enter lives that are still organized around self-protection. As your inner world heals, what once triggered sabotage begins to feel natural. One day you notice you no longer destroy peace because it feels strange. You no longer reject love because it feels risky. You no longer avoid progress because it feels heavy. You can hold steady during goodness. That is maturity of the subconscious. Tonight, let every part of you that learned to ruin blessings before they could disappear begin to rest. Let old fear release its grip on love, growth, and peace. Let the nervous system learn that receiving is not danger. You do not have to break what is trying to bless you. Sometimes the next level of healing is simply this: allowing good things to stay. And when you begin allowing good things to stay, another truth often rises from the deeper layers of the mind. Many behaviors that once protected you can later begin to confine you. What helped you survive an earlier season may quietly damage a later one. This is how childhood survival patterns become adult prisons. Some cages were first built as shelters. A child does not have the power of an adult. When life feels unstable, confusing, critical, neglectful, or unsafe, the child mind adapts in whatever way it can. It learns quickly. It studies moods. It reads tension in faces. It hides needs. It becomes useful. It stays quiet. It becomes perfect. It becomes funny. It becomes invisible. It becomes strong too early. These patterns often make sense in childhood. If conflict filled the home, staying silent may have reduced danger. If love was inconsistent, pleasing others may have increased connection. If mistakes were punished harshly, perfectionism may have lowered pain. If emotions were dismissed, shutting down feelings may have felt necessary. If adults were unpredictable, hyper-awareness may have helped you prepare. The problem is not that these patterns formed. The problem is that they often remain active long after the environment has changed. The child grows up. The body becomes older. The responsibilities become adult. But the nervous system may still be using childhood strategies. This is where prisons are born. The person who stayed silent to survive now cannot speak needs in healthy relationships. The child who became perfect now lives exhausted, terrified of mistakes. The one who pleased everyone now feels guilty saying no. The one who stayed alert now cannot relax even in safe places. The one who buried emotion now feels disconnected from self and others. What once saved you may now limit you. Many adults judge themselves harshly for these habits. They say, "Why am I like this?" But the wiser question is, what did this once help me survive? That question brings compassion where shame once lived. Take people-pleasing. Many see it as weakness, but for some children, pleasing adults reduced anger, gained affection, or created temporary peace. It was a brilliant strategy for a powerless stage of life. Yet in adulthood, it can become self-erasure. You keep others comfortable while abandoning yourself. Take perfectionism. Many call it ambition, but sometimes it began as fear. If love or safety felt tied to performance, excellence became armor. In adult life, the armor grows heavy. You cannot rest. Nothing feels enough. Achievement brings relief, not joy. Take emotional numbness. Some call it coldness. But for many, feeling everything in childhood was too overwhelming. So the system learned to shut doors inside. Later, those same doors block intimacy, creativity, and peace. Take hyper-independence. People praise strength, but some independence is actually unhealed loneliness. The child who learned no one would come grows into the adult who refuses help, even when support is available. These are not character flaws. They are old survival codes still running. The subconscious loves efficiency. Once it learns a pattern works, it repeats it automatically. It does not ask whether the strategy still fits the season. It simply says, "This kept us safe before." So healing often requires updating the system. The first step is noticing where your reactions feel older than your age. Do you panic at minor disapproval? Do you feel guilty for resting? Do you freeze during conflict? Do you feel responsible for everyone's emotions? Do you struggle to receive care? These reactions may belong less to the present moment and more to an earlier world still living inside you. The next step is separating danger from discomfort. Many childhood patterns remain because growth feels uncomfortable. Saying no may feel dangerous when it is simply new. Rest may feel wrong when it is actually healthy. Receiving help may feel weak when it is human. Speaking honestly may feel risky when it is necessary. The body may sound alarms during healing because it mistakes unfamiliar freedom for threat. This is why patience matters. You are not just changing habits. You are teaching old protective parts of yourself that the emergency has passed. Start small. If you were taught to stay silent, speak one honest sentence. If you overperform for worth, rest before you earn it. If you please others automatically, pause before saying yes. If you avoid emotion, name one feeling each day. If you carry everything alone, ask for one small help. Small acts become evidence. Evidence changes the subconscious. You must also grieve what these patterns cost you. Opportunities missed because fear spoke first. Relationships weakened because walls stayed high. Joy delayed because productivity became identity. Needs ignored because pleasing others felt safer. Grief is not failure. It is the heart recognizing what survival required. But do not only grieve the cost, respect the intelligence. That younger version of you adapted with limited power and limited tools. They found ways to endure what they should never have carried alone. Honor them. Then gently let them retire. You are allowed to outgrow strategies built for smaller rooms. An adult life cannot breathe through childhood rules forever. Mature love needs honesty. Purpose needs risk. Peace needs softness. Growth needs flexibility. The same habits that once kept you safe can keep you small. One day you notice something beautiful. Conflict no longer destroys you. Rest no longer feels illegal. Saying no longer feels cruel. Help no longer feels humiliating. You stop scanning every room for danger. You begin living in the present instead of surviving the past. That is freedom becoming embodied. Tonight, let every old pattern know it can loosen. Let the people-pleaser rest. Let the perfectionist unclench. Let the hyper-alert child step down from watch duty. Let the numb heart thaw slowly. Let the lonely survivor accept support. You are not trapped because you adapted. You were wise enough to survive then. You can be wise enough to live differently now. And when those old childhood patterns begin to loosen, a deeper contradiction often appears. You may finally receive what you once begged life for, and still feel uneasy. The relationship arrives, the opportunity opens, the quiet season begins, the healing starts. Yet something inside resists it. You wonder why gratitude is mixed with fear. This is why your nervous system may reject the life you prayed for. Sometimes the heart asks for what the body has not learned to hold. Many people believe that once blessings arrive, peace should arrive automatically. But the nervous system does not respond to dreams. It responds to familiarity, conditioning, and stored experience. You may consciously desire love, stability, rest, abundance, visibility, or joy, while your body has been trained by years of chaos, disappointment, scarcity, criticism, or unpredictability. So when a better life appears, the mind says yes, but the body says, "This is strange." A person who prayed for healthy love may finally meet someone kind, consistent, and emotionally available. Yet instead of relaxing, they become suspicious, restless, or distant. Someone who longed for success may finally gain momentum, then feel anxious, overwhelmed, and tempted to quit. A person who wanted peace may finally have quiet evenings, then suddenly feel empty or agitated. It is not always ingratitude. It is often dysregulation. The nervous system is designed to keep you alive, not necessarily happy. If stress became normal, then stress feels predictable. If struggle was constant, then ease can feel unsafe. If affection was inconsistent, then steady love may feel unfamiliar. If money always came with fear, then financial growth may trigger anxiety rather than relief. Your system may reject the gift because it only recognizes the old environment. Think of someone who lived for years in a dark room. When sunlight first enters, the eyes do not instantly celebrate. They squint, they pull back, they need time to adjust. In the same way, many people pull away from healthier lives, not because those lives are wrong, but because their inner wiring has not adapted yet. This creates painful confusion. You finally get the relationship, then overthink every message. You finally get the chance, then procrastinate. You finally get stability, then create drama. You finally get rest, then feel guilty. You finally get money, then self-sabotage. You finally get freedom, then feel lost. The blessing is real, but the body still expects the old war. This is why external change alone does not create internal peace. A new life without a regulated nervous system can still feel like danger. The first step is to stop shaming yourself for discomfort during good seasons. Many people think, "What is wrong with me? I asked for this." Nothing is wrong with you. Your system may simply need retraining. Healing is not only receiving better circumstances, it is learning to feel safe inside them. The next step is recognizing your body signals. When good things happen, do you tense up, lose sleep, become irritable, feel numb, search for problems, withdraw? These may be signs that your nervous system is activated, not signs that the blessing is wrong. Do not let discomfort automatically become a verdict. Pause and ask, is this truly unsafe or simply unfamiliar? That question can save relationships, opportunities, and seasons of growth. Then begin practicing regulation while receiving good things. When love feels scary, breathe before reacting. When success feels heavy, break tasks into calm steps. When peace feels empty, stay present instead of creating noise. When rest feels guilty, remind yourself recovery is productive. When support feels uncomfortable, receive it in small amounts. You are teaching the body that goodness does not require panic. Slow breathing, walks, stretching, prayer, journaling, silence and grounding routines can all help. The nervous system learns through repeated safe experiences. It needs evidence more than theory. You must also mourn the fact that pain once felt more normal than peace. Many people feel sadness realizing they were trained for hardship more than joy. They know how to survive storms, but not how to enjoy sunshine. Let that grief move through you. It is part of healing. Then begin learning new capacities. Learn how to be loved without suspicion. Learn how to rest without guilt. Learn how to grow without self-attack. Learn how to be seen without shrinking. Learn how to have enough without fearing loss every minute. These are emotional skills, not personality traits. They can be built. Another important truth is that blessings often expose wounds. Healthy love reveals trust issues. Success reveals fear of visibility. Peace reveals buried emotions. Stability reveals addiction to chaos. So sometimes the life you prayed for feels difficult because it shines light on what still needs healing. This is not punishment, it is refinement. The new life is not rejecting you, it is revealing what must be strengthened so you can remain in it. Be patient with the transition. A nervous system shaped by years of struggle may need time to believe calm is real. Some people expect instant comfort and give up too soon. Stay long enough for the body to update. One day you notice something beautiful. The kind relationship no longer feels boring. The steady income no longer feels unreal. The quiet home no longer feels empty. The healthy routine no longer feels forced. The peaceful day no longer makes you suspicious. What once felt strange now feels natural. That is healing becoming embodied. Tonight, let every part of you that still expects chaos begin to soften. Let the body know the danger is not here now. Let the nervous system stop rejecting what the soul has long desired. Let goodness become receivable. You prayed for this life with your conscious mind. Now teach your body how to live inside it. Sometimes the next miracle is not getting the blessing, but feeling safe enough to keep it. And as the nervous system slowly learns to accept goodness, another hidden force often rises from the shadows. Many people are not only carrying pain, they are quietly punishing themselves for it. They deny joy, sabotage progress, accept poor treatment, overwork endlessly, or refuse rest without fully knowing why. Beneath many of these patterns lives something silent and heavy. This is the link between shame and self-punishment. Some wounds do not just hurt you, they convince you that you deserve the hurt. Shame is different from guilt. Guilt says, I did something wrong. Shame says, I am something wrong. Guilt can guide growth. Shame attacks identity. It does not focus on behavior. It stains the self. A child blamed for adult problems may grow up believing they are the problem. Someone rejected repeatedly may conclude they are defective. A person humiliated publicly may begin to feel fundamentally flawed. Someone who made mistakes in pain may stop at the mistake and never remember the pain behind it. Then self-punishment begins. It often does not look dramatic. It hides in ordinary habits. You stay in relationships where you are disrespected because some part of you thinks better treatment is for better people. You overwork because rest feels undeserved. You delay dreams because success feels too generous for someone like you. You criticize yourself before others can. You refuse help. You numb yourself. You choose people who wound you in ways that match your inner beliefs. The punishment feels normal because shame makes suffering feel fair. Many people do not realize they are living under an internal sentence. They simply call it personality. I'm too hard on myself. I always mess things up. I don't know why I push good people away. I just can't relax. But sometimes these are not random flaws. They are expressions of a deeper verdict. The subconscious may be saying, I must pay. Pay for mistakes. Pay for being difficult. Pay for failing. Pay for needing too much. Pay for surviving badly. Pay for not being enough. This inner court can run for years without mercy. The tragedy is that shame often forms before understanding. Children absorb blame easily because they do not have context. They assume what hurts around them must be about them. Later in life, adults can carry sentences handed down by immature parents. cruel peers, broken partners, or painful moments. A lie repeated emotionally becomes believable. The first step in healing is recognizing where punishment hides. Do you ruin progress after mistakes? Do you feel uncomfortable when life gets kind? Do you reject compliments quickly? Do you accept crumbs while craving love? Do you feel guilty resting? Do you replay old errors as if they happened yesterday? These can be signs that shame is still directing behavior. The next step is separating responsibility from condemnation. Yes, you may have made mistakes. Every human being has. Yes, there may be consequences to repair, but consequences are not identity. Accountability is healthy. Self-hatred is not. You can regret actions without becoming a condemned person. This distinction matters deeply. A healed mind says, I did wrong there, so I will learn and repair what I can. A shamed mind says, I did wrong there, so I deserve to suffer forever. One path creates growth, the other creates stagnation. You must also revisit the origins of shame with compassion. Ask yourself, who first taught me I was too much, not enough, difficult, bad, or unworthy? Sometimes the answer is not truth. It is someone else's pain spilling onto you. A stressed parent may have called you a burden. An insecure partner may have made you feel unlovable. A cruel crowd may have mocked your vulnerability. A chaotic home may have blamed you for its storms. Their treatment affected you. It did not define you. Then begin replacing punishment with restoration. If you overwork, practice rest in small, honest doses. If you accept disrespect, practice boundaries. If you attack yourself mentally, practice fair language. If you hide after mistakes, practice repair and re-entry. If you sabotage joy, practice receiving one good moment fully. These acts may feel uncomfortable because shame hates mercy. But mercy is not weakness. Mercy is medicine. Another silent form of punishment is refusing happiness until you become perfect. Many people delay peace by setting impossible conditions. Once I fix everything, then I'll deserve joy. Once I become flawless, then I can relax. This keeps life permanently out of reach. Healing teaches a different truth. Growth and joy can happen at the same time. You do not need to finish becoming worthy. Worth is where healing begins. There may be grief here too. You may realize how many years were spent punishing a person who needed care. How much energy was used maintaining an inner prison. How many opportunities were refused because shame said no before life could say yes. Let yourself feel that sadness without turning it into another sentence. Then notice something beautiful. When shame softens, energy returns. When punishment ends, peace becomes possible. When self-attack quiets, wisdom can finally be heard. When you stop treating yourself like an enemy, life stops feeling like war. You become easier to live with from the inside. This does not mean excusing everything. It means responding to imperfection like a mature guide instead of a cruel judge. Tonight, let every hidden sentence begin to dissolve. Let the mind release the belief that suffering is payment. Let the heart know that pain endured is not proof of guilt. Let the subconscious learn a new law. Healing is allowed. You have suffered enough to learn. You do not need to suffer forever to prove it. Sometimes the deepest cleanse begins the day you stop punishing the person who was trying to survive. And when shame begins to loosen its grip, another burden often reveals itself. Not every fear you carry was born from your own experiences. Some anxieties entered your life long before you had words for them. They came through tone, tension, warnings, silence, habits, and the emotional climate around you. Many people are fighting battles that did not begin with them. This is how to cleanse the mind of inherited fear. Some fears are passed down quietly. A child grows up watching adults panic over money and later feels danger whenever finances are mentioned. A child sees love mixed with betrayal and later mistrusts intimacy without knowing why. A home filled with constant worry can teach the body that life itself is unsafe. Parents who expect disaster may raise children who feel guilty relaxing. Families shaped by hardship may unknowingly train the next generation to expect struggle even in peaceful times. No one may say these lessons directly, yet the nervous system hears everything. Children learn not only through instruction, but through atmosphere. They notice faces tightening, voices lowering, sudden anger, silent tension, frantic behavior, endless caution, emotional shutdown, and the way adults respond to uncertainty. Long before logic develops, the body absorbs patterns. This is why some adults fear failure before ever trying, fear closeness before ever being betrayed personally, fear scarcity while living with enough, fear joy because happiness once seemed followed by loss in the family story. Inherited fear often feels natural because it arrived early. The subconscious may say, "Money disappears. People always hurt you. If you relax, something bad will happen. Success creates problems. Trust no one. Stay small to stay safe. Life is mostly struggle." These beliefs can shape choices for years without being examined. But inherited fear is not destiny. Your family may have handed you survival responses for their time, their wounds, their circumstances. They did what they knew. Some patterns were useful once. Scarcity thinking may have protected people during real hardship. Hypervigilance may have helped in unstable environments. Emotional distance may have reduced pain where trust was repeatedly broken. Honor the survival without adopting the prison. The first step in cleansing inherited fear is asking a powerful question. Did this fear come from my life or from the emotional world I was raised inside? That question can separate your truth from borrowed alarm. Maybe you fear being poor even though you are capable and resourceful. Maybe you fear intimacy even though some people have shown genuine care. Maybe you fear visibility because you grew up around jealousy or criticism. Maybe you fear peace because your home taught you chaos was normal. Once identified, inherited fear becomes visible rather than invisible. The next step is naming the pattern with compassion. My family worried constantly, so I learned worry. My caregivers distrusted everyone, so I learned suspicion. My home linked love with pain, so I learned distance. My environment lacked safety, so my body learned alertness. Notice the language. You learned it. What is learned can be updated. This stage matters because many people shame themselves for fears that were trained into them before they had choice. Compassion opens the door that shame keeps closed. Then begin gathering present-day evidence. If you inherited fear around money, practice noticing what is stable, what skills you have, what support exists, what choices are available. If you inherited fear around love, notice people who are consistent, respectful, and clear. If you inherited fear of failure, remember times you adapted after setbacks. If you inherited fear of peace, notice calm moments that passed safely. The subconscious changes through repeated evidence, not argument alone. You must also watch your language. Many inherited fears survive through phrases repeated for years. We can't trust anyone. Nothing good lasts. People like us never get ahead. You always have to struggle. Don't get too happy. These sayings can become inner laws if left unchallenged. Replace them with grounded truth. Some people can be trusted, some cannot. Good things can be built and maintained. Our past does not limit our future. Effort can include ease. Joy does not cause disaster. These are not fantasies. They are healthier frames. Another important practice is regulating the body. Inherited fear often lives physically. Tight shoulders, shallow breathing, constant scanning, difficulty resting, expecting interruption. Calm rituals help teach the nervous system a new normal. Slow walks, deep breathing, quiet mornings, consistent routines, gentle movement, moments of gratitude, time with safe people. These repeated signals tell the body, the old environment is not the current environment. There may also be grief. You may realize how much fear was normalized, how many dreams were downsized, how much joy was delayed, how many decisions were made by people who loved you but were ruled by their own wounds. Let grief be honest, not bitter. You can understand where patterns came from without hating those who passed them on. Many gave what they had. Now you get to give something better. That is generational healing. When you choose trust with discernment, the line changes. When you choose peace without guilt, the line changes. When you choose abundance thinking with responsibility, the line changes. When you love without repeating old chaos, the line changes. When you calm your body instead of spreading panic, the line changes. You become the place where inherited fear stops traveling. One day you notice that life feels different. You no longer brace for disaster in every good season. You no longer carry family panic as personal truth. You no longer mistake old caution for wisdom. You respect the past, but you do not live inside it. That is freedom with roots. Tonight, let every fear that entered through atmosphere, silence, or repetition begin to loosen. Let the subconscious know it does not need to reenact old family storms. Let borrowed anxiety return to history. Let your own life begin to speak louder. You can love where you came from without living the same script. Some chains are broken not with anger, but with awareness. And sometimes the deepest cleanse is this: becoming the first calm mind your lineage has known in a long time. And when inherited fear begins to lose its grip, another misunderstanding often rises to the surface. Many people think they are healed because they no longer cry, no longer react, no longer feel much at all. They call it strength. They call it maturity. They call it peace. But sometimes what looks calm on the outside is simply shut down on the inside. This is why emotional numbness is not healing. Silence in the heart is not always serenity. Emotional numbness often begins as protection. When pain becomes too frequent, too intense, or too confusing, the mind may lower the volume of feeling. If grief felt unbearable, the system may suppress sadness. If betrayal felt devastating, trust may be muted. If anger once caused danger, anger may disappear underground. If love brought chaos, tenderness may get buried beside it. This response is intelligent in the short term. It helps survival. A child in a turbulent home may learn not to feel deeply because feeling everything would be overwhelming. A teenager repeatedly hurt may become detached to stop bleeding emotionally. An adult under constant pressure may disconnect from inner life just to function. The problem comes later. What blocks pain often blocks joy too. What numbs grief also numbs gratitude. What shuts down fear can also shut down excitement, intimacy, wonder, and love. The same wall keeping sorrow out may also keep life out. Many people living in numbness mistake absence of pain for presence of healing. They say, "Nothing bothers me anymore," but often nothing moves them anymore either. They can go through days mechanically. Conversations feel flat. Wins feel muted. Rest does not refresh. Relationships feel distant. Laughter becomes rare. Tears feel impossible. Life becomes manageable, but not alive. This is not peace. It is disconnection. Healing feels different from numbness. Numbness is cold, flat, avoidant, heavy, and distant. Healing is warm, spacious, steady, responsive, and alive. A healed person can feel sadness without drowning. A numb person avoids sadness by feeling little at all. A healed person can love without disappearing. A numb person may struggle to access love fully. A healed person feels emotions move through them. A numb person feels emotions trapped behind glass. The subconscious often chooses numbness because it fears overwhelm. It says, if we open the door, everything will flood in, so it keeps the door closed. But closed doors also keep out air and light. This is why some people secretly feel empty after years of being fine. The first step is recognizing numbness honestly. Do you struggle to know what you feel? Do important moments feel strangely muted? Do you distract constantly to avoid inner contact? Do you feel detached in relationships? Do you say, I'm okay, automatically while feeling nothing clear inside? Do you fear slowing down because silence might awaken buried emotion? These can be signs the system is protecting itself through shutdown. Do not shame this response. Numbness was often built during hard seasons. It may have helped you function when feeling everything was too dangerous. Respect the protection before asking it to soften. The next step is safe reconnection, not emotional flooding. You do not need to break open dramatically. Start gently. Pause during the day and ask, what am I feeling right now? If nothing comes, ask, what sensation is in my body? Tight chest, heavy stomach, tense jaw, restless energy. Sometimes the body speaks before emotion has words. Listen to music that moves you. Journal without editing. Take quiet walks without distraction. Speak honestly with one safe person. Watch what brings tears, warmth, irritation, or softness. These are doorways back to feeling. Another powerful practice is naming emotions precisely. Many numb people use only broad words like stressed, fine, tired, or annoyed. Expand the language. Lonely, disappointed, tender, hopeful, embarrassed, relieved, grateful, afraid, proud, hurt, calm. Naming emotions helps the nervous system organize experience instead of suppressing it. You must also learn that feelings are waves, not life sentences. Some people stay numb because they believe emotion will swallow them forever, but most emotions rise, move, and pass when allowed. The danger often comes less from feeling itself and more from resisting feeling for years. Sadness visited becomes lighter than sadness imprisoned. There may be grief here. As numbness melts, old pain may return, tears for years lost, anger for boundaries never kept, loneliness long ignored. This does not mean healing is failing. It means the body finally trusts enough to release what it could not carry consciously. Go slowly. Seek support when needed. Healing is not a race. Another truth is that numbness can become identity. Some people pride themselves on needing nothing, feeling little, staying untouched. But emotional shutdown is not depth, it is distance. True strength includes sensitivity with stability. You do not become wise by becoming unreachable. As reconnection grows, life changes in quiet ways. Food tastes fuller, music reaches deeper, sunlight feels noticeable again, conversations carry meaning, boundaries become clearer, love feels possible, joy stops feeling childish, peace becomes warm instead of empty. This is what many people miss. Feeling more does not only mean hurting more, it often means living more. One day, you notice you can feel sadness and still function. You can feel anger without destruction. You can feel love without panic. You can feel gratitude without waiting for loss. Emotion becomes movement instead of threat. That is healing. Tonight, let every frozen place inside begin to thaw gently. Let the subconscious know it no longer needs to shut life down to stay safe. Let numbness be thanked for its service and released from command. You were never meant to merely avoid pain. You were meant to feel deeply and remain whole. Sometimes the deepest cleanse is not becoming harder. It is becoming alive again. And when numbness begins to melt, something important happens. Feelings return. Old pain rises. The heart starts speaking again. But this creates a new challenge. Many people think they must either suppress pain or surrender to it. They believe the only choices are numbness or drowning. Yet there is a wiser path between those extremes. This is the rare art of listening to pain without obeying it. Pain deserves attention. It does not deserve authority. When hurt surfaces, it often arrives with commands. Run. Shut down. Attack first. Call them now. Give up. Hide. Destroy what matters before it leaves. Stay small. Trust no one. Pain speaks urgently because it wants relief. But urgent voices are not always wise voices. A damaged mind often confuses emotion with instruction. If fear appears, it assumes danger must be present. If shame appears, it assumes unworthiness must be true. If loneliness appears, it assumes any connection is better than no connection. If anger appears, it assumes immediate reaction is necessary. This is how suffering multiplies. Pain sends a signal, and behavior obeys before wisdom enters the room. Listening without obeying means learning to hear the message while refusing harmful orders. For example, anxiety may say, "Something matters here." That message can be useful, but anxiety may also say, "Panic now." That order is not useful. Sadness may say, "Something needs grieving." Helpful. Sadness may also say, "Nothing will ever improve." Not helpful. Anger may say, "A boundary was crossed." Valuable. Anger may also say, "Burn everything down." Dangerous. Emotions contain information, but they are not always accurate interpreters. This is why maturity requires separation between feeling and action. You can feel abandoned without chasing someone. You can feel ashamed without punishing yourself. You can feel afraid without retreating. You can feel angry without becoming cruel. You can feel lonely without accepting poor treatment. You can feel grief without declaring life over. This skill changes lives. The first step is slowing the moment down. Pain moves fast. Wisdom moves steady. When strong emotion rises, pause before speaking, texting, quitting, buying, confessing, accusing, or escaping. A few minutes of space can prevent months of regret. Breathe slowly. Feel your feet. Relax your jaw. Let the first wave pass. Many destructive choices are made in the first emotional surge. Then ask, what is this pain trying to tell me? Not, what does it want me to do? First ask what it wants you to understand. Maybe jealousy is revealing insecurity. Maybe anger is revealing exhaustion. Maybe sadness is revealing neglected needs. Maybe anxiety is revealing uncertainty you want control over. Maybe emptiness is revealing disconnection from purpose. Pain often points before it pushes. The next step is asking a second question. If I respected this feeling but did not obey it, what would wisdom choose? That question creates a bridge between emotion and character. If rejection pain says chase them, wisdom may choose dignity. If fear says cancel the opportunity, wisdom may choose preparation. If shame says hide forever, wisdom may choose repair. If loneliness says settle for crumbs, wisdom may choose patience. If anger says explode, wisdom may choose a boundary spoken calmly. This is emotional leadership. Many people never learn this because they grew up in environments where emotions ruled everything or were ignored completely. Some homes taught explosion. Others taught suppression. Few teach regulated listening. But you can learn now. Another important truth is that pain can be old. Sometimes the intensity of a current feeling belongs partly to the past. A small criticism triggers huge shame because it touches childhood wounds. A delayed message triggers panic because it activates abandonment memories. A disagreement feels catastrophic because conflict once meant danger. When reactions feel larger than the moment, ask, how much of this belongs to now, and how much belongs to then? That question brings compassion and proportion. You must also stop worshipping authenticity when authenticity means impulse. Some people say, I'm just expressing how I feel, but expression without wisdom can become destruction. Real authenticity includes truth and responsibility. Feeling rage does not require abusive words. Feeling fear does not require self-betrayal. Feeling desire does not require harmful choices. Feeling hurt does not require revenge. Being real is not the same as being ruled. There may be discomfort in this practice. Pain wants immediate action because stillness feels helpless. Sitting with feeling without obeying it can feel intense at first. But this is where strength grows. You discover that emotions can be survived without acting them out. The wave rises, you breathe. The urge screams, you stay steady. The story races, you wait. Then something changes. The feeling moves. This teaches the subconscious a revolutionary lesson. Emotion is temporary, and you are larger than the moment. Over time, pain becomes less terrifying because you trust your ability to meet it wisely. You no longer fear sadness because you know it can pass. You no longer fear anger because you know it can be directed. You no longer fear fear because you know it does not own your legs. One day you notice the same trigger appears, but the old pattern does not follow. You feel hurt without collapsing. You feel anxious without sabotaging. You feel lonely without chasing damage. You feel anger without losing yourself. That is healing in motion. Tonight, let every emotion inside you be heard without being crowned king. Let pain speak, but not command. Let feelings inform, but not control. Let wisdom sit at the center again. You do not need to silence pain. You do not need to obey pain. You only need to learn from it. Sometimes the deepest cleanse is not removing emotion, but ending its dictatorship. And once you learn to hear pain without following every command it gives, another hidden pattern becomes easier to see. Some people are no longer ruled by pain, yet they are still addicted to intensity. They mistake stress for purpose, drama for passion, urgency for meaning, and emotional turbulence for being truly alive. When life becomes calm, they feel empty. This is how to stop needing chaos to feel alive. Many nervous systems were trained to equate motion with worth. If you grew up in instability, your body may have learned that alertness means survival. If love came mixed with conflict, you may associate drama with connection. If every day required reacting, solving, pleasing, defending, or enduring, then stillness can feel foreign. Peace may seem dull not because it lacks value, but because your system was conditioned to need stimulation. Chaos often creates chemicals that feel powerful. Stress hormones can mimic energy. Adrenaline can feel like passion. Emotional highs and lows can feel like depth. Constant problems can make you feel important because you are always needed, always fixing, always surviving. But being activated is not the same as being alive. Many people chase chaotic relationships because calm love feels boring. They overfill schedules because rest feels empty. They create conflict because harmony feels suspicious. They obsess over problems because simplicity feels strange. They bounce from crisis to crisis because identity formed around being the one who handles emergencies. Without chaos, they ask, "Who am I now?" This question matters. Sometimes chaos is not just a habit, it became a self-concept, the one everyone depends on, the one always in a dramatic story, the one fighting uphill, the one rescuing others, the one surviving impossible things. These identities can feel meaningful, even while exhausting you. The first step in healing is realizing that calm can feel empty before it feels rich. When you leave chaos, there is space, and space can expose things you avoided through busyness and drama, unfelt grief, unclear purpose, loneliness, fear of being ordinary, lack of self-connection, the discomfort of simply being with yourself. So some people return to chaos not because they love suffering, but because silence reveals what needs healing. This is why calm seasons can trigger restlessness. Nothing is wrong, yet something inside wants to start a fire. Pause in those moments. Ask, do I need excitement or do I need escape? Ask, do I need purpose or do I need distraction? Ask, do I miss chaos or do I miss feeling stimulated? These questions uncover the real hunger. The next step is learning healthier forms of aliveness. You do not need drama to feel energy. You need engagement. You do not need crisis to feel important. You need contribution. You do not need emotional volatility to feel passion. You need depth. You do not need constant stress to feel movement. You need growth. Replace destructive intensity with nourishing intensity. Challenge your body through exercise. Challenge your mind through learning. Challenge your heart through honest relationships. Challenge your spirit through purpose. Challenge your creativity through building something meaningful. These forms of intensity energize without poisoning you. You must also retrain your relationship with peace. Many people think peaceful days are wasted days because nothing dramatic happened. In truth, peaceful days are often where health is built quietly. Trust grows in steady moments. Strength grows in consistent habits. Wisdom grows in reflection. Love grows in ordinary tenderness. Joy grows in simple presence. Chaos is loud. Growth is often quiet. Another important practice is noticing where you manufacture problems. Do you start arguments when life is calm? Do you overcommit until stress returns? Do you keep checking for danger in good seasons? Do you pursue unavailable people when stable ones appear? Do you sabotage routines that were helping? These may be attempts to recreate familiar intensity. When you catch this urge, choose pause over impulse. Breathe. Delay reaction. Let the craving for chaos pass like any other craving. Often what feels urgent is simply conditioning, asking to be fed. There may also be grief. You may realize how many years were spent confusing turbulence with vitality. How many peaceful doors you closed. How many steady people you overlooked. How much beauty you missed because you were busy surviving storms. Let that grief teach you, not shame you. You were adapting to what life trained into you. Now you can build a different relationship with energy. Learn the thrill of consistency. Learn the pleasure of a calm home. Learn the excitement of progress without panic. Learn the satisfaction of healthy love. Learn the strength of a regulated body. Learn the wonder of mornings that do not begin with dread. This is mature aliveness. One day you notice something extraordinary. You no longer miss people who exhausted you. You no longer need emergencies to feel useful. You no longer create drama to feel connected. You no longer fear quiet evenings. You no longer confuse stress with purpose. Instead, you wake with steady energy. You build slowly. You love cleanly. You rest deeply. You move forward without burning down your own life for stimulation. That is freedom from chaos addiction. The nervous system learns that calm does not equal death. It learns that peace contains sensation, beauty, intimacy, creativity, humor, and strength that chaos once drowned out. Tonight, let every part of you that thought storms were the only proof of life begin to soften. Let the subconscious release its craving for disruption. Let calm become fertile. Let simplicity become satisfying. Let steadiness become attractive. You do not need to be overwhelmed to matter. You do not need drama to feel depth. You do not need chaos to feel alive. Sometimes the deepest cleanse is discovering that peace was never empty, only unfamiliar. And when chaos no longer feels like life itself, another painful pattern often becomes visible. Some people stop chasing drama in general, yet still feel pulled toward specific people who wounded them. They know the connection harmed them. They know peace faded around them. They know returning costs dignity, sleep, clarity, and self-respect. Yet something inside keeps turning back. This is why your mind keeps returning to people who hurt you. Not every return is love. Sometimes it is unfinished pain. The subconscious is drawn not only to what feels good, but to what feels unresolved. If someone hurt you deeply, the mind may keep circling them because it wants closure, understanding, justice, apology, or a different ending. It says, if they finally choose me, then the wound will heal. If they explain themselves, then I can rest. If I win their love now, the past pain will disappear. This is one of the oldest traps of the damaged mind. You return not always for the person, but for the hope of rewriting the story. A child who felt unseen may later chase emotionally unavailable people, hoping to finally be noticed. Someone rejected harshly may pursue approval from those who withhold it, trying to prove worth. A person raised around unpredictable love may feel intense chemistry with inconsistency because it resembles what the nervous system learned as connection. The body often confuses familiarity with destiny. This is why calm, respectful people may feel less exciting at first, while harmful people feel magnetic. The attraction is not proof they are right for you. It may be proof they fit an old wound. Pain also creates bonds through intensity. If someone alternated affection and hurt, your nervous system may have linked relief with love. After mistreatment, a small moment of warmth feels powerful. The cycle of injury and reward can become addictive. You begin craving the comfort that follows the pain they created. This is not romance. It is conditioning. Another reason the mind returns is identity. Some people became the one trying to be loved by them. They invested years, tears, effort, patience, excuses, and hope. Walking away can feel like losing not just the person, but the version of self built around chasing them. So the mind says, try one more time. The first step in healing is telling the truth about what you miss. Do you miss them, or the fantasy of who they sometimes were? Do you miss love, or relief from loneliness? Do you miss connection, or the dopamine of uncertainty? Do you miss them, or the hope of finally being chosen? These questions separate the person from the projection. Many people are attached less to reality and more to possibility. They remember rare, tender moments and ignore repeated damage. They cling to potential while living with patterns. The subconscious often feeds on intermittent reward. If kindness was unpredictable, you stay waiting for the next good moment. The same psychology that keeps people pulling slot machine levers can keep hearts pulling at harmful bonds. Hope becomes hooked to uncertainty. The next step is noticing what the connection repeatedly costs you. Your sleep, your self-respect, your peace, your focus, your trust in yourself, your openness to healthier love, your energy for your real life. When you measure the cost honestly, attraction becomes clearer. You must also understand that longing can be grief, not guidance. Missing someone does not always mean they belong in your life. Sometimes it means a bond mattered, a dream died, or a wound was touched. Emotion can be real without being directional. This matters deeply. You can ache for someone and still need distance. You can love parts of them and still leave. You can miss them and still choose yourself. Another practice is to study your body around the person, not just your fantasies about them. Do you feel calm or anxious? Expanded or small? Clear or confused? Respected or always proving? Safe or constantly scanning? The body often tells truths the mind romanticizes away. Healthy love may not always feel thrilling, but it should not consistently feel destabilizing. There may also be a deeper grief beneath repeated returns, the grief of accepting that some people will never become what you needed. Many minds keep returning because acceptance hurts more than hope at first. Hope says, maybe this time. Acceptance says, this pattern is the answer. That truth can break the illusion. It can also begin freedom. You may need to mourn not only the person, but the imagined future, the apology that never came, the version of them that appeared briefly, the years spent waiting, and the younger self who thought persistence would create love. Grieve honestly. It clears attachment. Then begin redirecting the energy of return. Every time the mind circles them, ask what deeper need is underneath. Need for connection. Build healthier connection. Need for validation. Give yourself truthful respect. Need for excitement. Create growth. Need for closure. Accept what behavior already said. Need for love. Stop seeking it where it repeatedly harms you. The need is real. The source was wrong. Over time, the nervous system can be retrained. Distance allows chemicals to settle. Clarity returns. Peace becomes noticeable again. What once felt magnetic begins to feel draining. What once felt irresistible begins to look familiar, repetitive, and costly. That is healing. One day you notice you no longer romanticize those who wounded you. You no longer call confusion chemistry. You no longer mistake longing for alignment. You no longer return because pain asks for another round. You choose what nourishes, not what reopens wounds. Tonight, let every loop pulling you back to harmful people begin to loosen. Let the subconscious release its need to rewrite old stories through new suffering. Let the heart grieve what was real and release what was false. You do not need one more chance with them to heal. You do not need their apology to move forward. You do not need their love to prove your worth. Sometimes the deepest cleanse is ending the return. And when you finally stop returning to those who hurt you, another quieter pattern may still remain. Some people no longer chase harmful relationships, yet they keep recreating one painful experience everywhere they go. They feel unseen, misread, dismissed, and never fully known. At first it seems like terrible luck, but sometimes the deeper issue is stranger than that. This is the subconscious addiction to being misunderstood. Not every wound seeks healing directly. Some wounds seek repetition. A person who spent early life feeling unseen may unconsciously recreate that feeling in adulthood. Someone raised around people who never listened may keep choosing relationships where communication is poor. A person whose emotions were mocked may hide truth so deeply that others can only know the mask. Then, when others misread them, the old pain feels confirmed. The subconscious often returns to familiar suffering because familiarity feels normal. Being misunderstood can become emotionally addictive in hidden ways. It allows you to stay the wounded one. It lets you avoid the risk of true visibility. It gives pain a recognizable shape. It confirms old stories like, "No one gets me. I always have to do life alone." People only love the false version of me. If they really knew me, they would leave. These beliefs hurt, but they also organize identity. Letting them go may require becoming vulnerable in ways the wounded mind fears. Some people participate in misunderstanding without realizing it. They speak in hints instead of honesty, then resent others for not knowing. They hide needs, then feel neglected. They use sarcasm instead of truth, then feel unseen. They wear competence over pain, then feel no one notices their struggle. They choose emotionally unavailable people, then feel chronically unknown. They never clarify themselves, then suffer when assumptions spread. This is not manipulation in most cases, it is protection. If being fully known once led to rejection, criticism or betrayal, then partial hiding can feel safer. But partial hiding also guarantees partial understanding. Many people say they want to be known, while unconsciously making knowing them nearly impossible. There is another layer too. Being misunderstood can create moral comfort. If no one gets you, then you never have to face your own blind spots. If everyone else is the problem, growth can be postponed. Some people stay attached to the identity of misunderstood person because it protects them from deeper accountability. That does not mean the pain is fake. It means the pattern may serve hidden purposes. The first step in healing is asking honest questions. Do I clearly express what I need? Do I explain myself only after resentment builds? Do I choose people capable of understanding? Do I hide behind mystery because rejection scares me? Do I secretly expect others to read minds? Do I feel strangely attached to the story that no one gets me? These questions are not accusations, they are invitations to clarity. The next step is separating being private from being hidden. Privacy is healthy choice. Hiding is fear-driven absence. You are allowed boundaries. But if no one can access your real thoughts, feelings, or needs, loneliness becomes predictable. Healing may require saying plain truths. I felt hurt by that. I need reassurance. I don't agree. I'm struggling. I need space. I care about you. That joke bothered me. Simple honesty often solves pain that years of silent resentment could not. You must also choose better listeners. Some people truly are poor at understanding. They interrupt, minimize, mock, assume, or stay emotionally shallow. Repeating intimacy with such people can keep the old wound alive. Not everyone deserves deep access, but someone does. Discernment matters. Sometimes the issue is not that you are impossible to understand. It is that you keep offering depth to those committed to surface. Another important truth is that being understood by everyone is impossible. No one can fully know your inner world at all times. Maturity means releasing the fantasy of perfect recognition while building enough honest connection to feel seen where it matters. You do not need universal understanding. You need real understanding in worthy places. There may be grief here too. You may realize how often you hid and then blamed others. How many years were spent wearing masks and resenting people for loving the mask? How many chances for connection were missed because misunderstanding felt safer than vulnerability? Let that grief soften you, not shame you. The deeper shift happens when you stop performing pain and start practicing revelation. You speak earlier. You explain directly. You ask questions instead of assuming rejection. You correct misunderstandings calmly. You let safe people know the real you in layers. Then something beautiful happens. Some people understand more than you expected. Some relationships deepen quickly. Some conflicts shrink through honest language. Some loneliness fades when hiding fades. Some misunderstandings were never rejection at all, only lack of information. And yes, some people still will not get you. Let them pass. Their limitation does not need to become your identity. One day you notice you no longer cling to the role of mysterious sufferer. You no longer collect proof that nobody sees you. You no longer feel powerful only through silent pain. Instead, you become knowable, grounded, and clear. That is freedom. Tonight, let every part of you that learned to live inside misunderstanding begin to relax. Let the subconscious release its loyalty to old invisibility. Let truth become safer than secrecy. Let connection become stronger than the story of isolation. You do not need to be misread to be real. You do not need to stay hidden to stay safe. You do not need to be wounded to be deep. Sometimes the deepest cleanse is allowing yourself to be clearly seen and discovering you survive it. And when the need to be misunderstood begins to fade, another layer often comes into view. Some people are no longer trapped by certain relationships, fears, or patterns, yet they still carry one final attachment. They know pain has harmed them, but pain has also shaped them. It gave them a role, a story, a way to explain themselves. This is why learning how to release the identity built around suffering is one of the deepest forms of healing. Sometimes pain stops hurting before it stops defining you. A person may no longer be in the toxic relationship, yet still sees themselves as the abandoned one. Someone may have survived hardship years ago, yet still introduces themselves inwardly as the struggler. A person may have healed many wounds, yet still clings to being the broken one, the anxious one, the unlucky one, the one life was unfair to. These identities can feel strangely comforting. They provide explanation, they create sympathy, they justify staying small, they protect from risk, they make sense of old years, they give belonging in communities built around pain. The suffering becomes painful, but familiar, and familiar identities are hard to release. Many people fear healing not because they love pain, but because they do not know who they are without it. If I am not the rejected one, who am I? If I am not the victim of that story, who am I? If I am not the person always struggling, what will guide me? If I stop talking about wounds, will I disappear? If I become well, will people still care? These are deeper questions than most admit. The subconscious may hold tightly to suffering because it once brought attention, safety, explanation, or meaning. If pain was the first time people noticed you, the mind can associate suffering with connection. If hardship made you strong, you may believe struggle is the only road to worth. If wounds gave you community, healing can feel lonely at first. This is why some people unconsciously keep reopening old stories. They replay betrayal, refresh resentment, revisit old injustice, and narrate themselves through scars long after the danger has passed. They are not always seeking misery. They may be protecting identity. The first step in healing is honoring what suffering gave you, without worshipping it. Perhaps pain made you compassionate. Perhaps struggle made you disciplined. Perhaps loneliness made you reflective. Perhaps loss made you grateful. Perhaps betrayal made you discerning. Take the wisdom. Leave the prison. You do not need to keep the wound open to keep the lessons. The next step is noticing how you speak about yourself. Many identities survive through language. I'm just damaged. I'm always the one left behind. My life is always hard. I'm too far gone. I'm the anxious type. Nothing works for me. These phrases feel harmless when repeated casually, but the subconscious listens carefully. It turns repeated statements into structure. Begin speaking in ways that allow movement. I went through pain, but I am changing. I struggle sometimes, but I am learning. I was wounded, but I am not only wounded. I have patterns, not permanent limits. I am becoming someone new. This language does not deny the past. It stops chaining you to it. You must also be willing to disappoint people who only knew the hurting version of you. Some relationships are built around rescuing, pitying, fixing, or bonding through pain. When you grow stronger, clearer, calmer, some people feel uncomfortable. They preferred your wounds because they understood their role there. Healing may cost certain dynamics. Let it. You are not required to remain broken so others can feel needed. Another important practice is creating identity through values instead of wounds. Instead of, "I am the betrayed one," become the truthful one. Instead of, "I am the anxious one," become the courageous one. Instead of, "I am the abandoned one," become the loving one. Instead of, "I am the struggler," become the disciplined one. Instead of, "I am the broken one," become the rebuilding one. Values create future. Wounds repeat past. There may be grief in this stage. You may mourn the years spent becoming someone around pain. You may miss the certainty of the old story. You may feel strangely empty when suffering no longer organizes your days. That emptiness is not failure. It is open space. For the first time, life is asking you to choose identity consciously instead of inheriting it from pain. Fill that space slowly. Choose routines that reflect health. Choose friendships that reflect growth. Choose work that reflects meaning. Choose speech that reflects dignity. Choose boundaries that reflect self-respect. Choose habits that reflect who you are becoming. The subconscious learns identity through repetition. Each day you act like a healed person. The old identity weakens. Each time you stop retelling yourself only through damage, new ground forms inside you. Each time you choose purpose over pain, suffering loses symbolic power. One day you notice something remarkable. You still remember what happened, but it is no longer the first thing about you. You can mention the past without living there. You can feel compassion for the wounded version of you without becoming them again. You can share scars without organizing your future around them. That is freedom. You become larger than your biography. Tonight, let every role built around suffering begin to soften. Let the subconscious release the need to stay wounded in order to stay known. Let old stories become chapters instead of names. Let pain become history, not identity. You are not betraying your past by healing. You are not losing depth by becoming joyful. You are not becoming fake by becoming whole. Sometimes the deepest cleanse is not removing pain, but refusing to let pain be who you are anymore. And when the identity built around suffering begins to loosen, another subtle trap often appears. You may no longer call yourself broken. You may no longer live only through old wounds. Yet pain can become clever. It may stop speaking as misery and start speaking as wisdom. It may dress fear in the language of guidance. This is why old pain often disguises itself as intuition. Not every warning inside you is truth. Many people say, "I just have a feeling." Sometimes that feeling is real discernment, but sometimes it is unresolved hurt, reacting to something familiar. The difficulty is that both can feel powerful, both can feel immediate, both can seem convincing. So learning the difference becomes essential. True intuition is usually calm, clear, steady, and simple. It does not need drama to be heard. It often feels like quiet knowing. Old pain is different. It is charged, urgent, emotional, suspicious, and absolute. It pushes, it floods, it demands immediate action. It often sounds certain because fear speaks loudly. A healed inner voice may say, "Move carefully here." Old pain may say, "Run now. This always ends badly." A wise signal may say, "Something feels misaligned." Old pain may say, "They are going to betray you." Intuition may say, pause and observe. Pain may say, "Destroy this before it hurts you." The problem is that damaged minds often trust intensity more than clarity. If you were betrayed before, your body may react strongly to small ambiguity. If you were abandoned, silence may feel dangerous. If you were criticized, neutral feedback may feel hostile. If love once came mixed with chaos, healthy closeness may feel suspicious. Then the mind says, "I knew something was wrong." But sometimes what was wrong was not the person or situation. It was the wound being activated. Old pain uses memory patterns. It scans the present for anything resembling the past. A tone of voice, delayed reply, confident person, disagreement, distance, authority figure, romantic interest, success opportunity, peaceful season. Anything that resembles earlier hurt can trigger alarms. This is how someone sabotages good love because something felt off, when what felt off was kindness without chaos. This is how someone avoids opportunity because "my gut said no," when the gut was really fear of visibility. This is how someone attacks during conflict because "I sensed disrespect," when the deeper wound was humiliation from years ago. Pain can mimic wisdom when unexamined. The first step is slowing down the feeling. When a strong inner warning appears, do not worship it instantly. Pause, breathe, let the first emotional wave settle. Truth survives slowing down. Panic often weakens when given space. Then ask 3 questions. Is this signal calm or frantic? Is it based on current facts or old patterns? Does it invite observation or demand reaction? These questions reveal a lot. If the feeling says, "Gather more information," it may be wisdom. If it says, "Act now or disaster comes," it may be fear. Another useful question is, what does this remind me of? Many present reactions are echoes. A distant partner may remind you of neglect. A confident boss may remind you of criticism. A stable relationship may remind you of unfamiliarity. A chance to grow may remind you of old failure. A quiet room may remind you of tension before conflict. Once you see the memory link, the sensation becomes less mysterious. You must also respect that pain is trying to protect you. Do not shame it. Fear often developed to keep you safe in earlier seasons. It learned patterns and now over-applies them. Thank the protection, then update it. I know you're trying to help, but this is not then. That sentence alone can calm the nervous system. Another sign of intuition versus pain is what follows afterward. True intuition often leaves clarity, steadiness, and grounded action. Even if the message is hard, it feels clean. Old pain leaves rumination, spiraling, compulsive checking, suspicion, emotional exhaustion, and a need for constant reassurance. One guides, the other drains. There is also a hidden danger in romanticizing intuition. Some people avoid accountability by calling every reaction instinct. "I'm just trusting my gut," but a wounded gut can mislead. Maturity means honoring inner signals while still testing them against reality. Your feelings matter. They are not infallible. This balance protects both softness and wisdom. Practice gathering evidence. If you suspect dishonesty, look for patterns rather than one feeling. If you feel unworthy, look for facts rather than mood. If you feel danger, assess the actual situation. If you feel drawn or repelled strongly, ask whether attraction or avoidance is trauma-based. Reality is a helpful companion to intuition. There may be grief here too. You may realize how many choices were made by old pain wearing a wise face. Relationships avoided, doors closed, people punished unfairly, opportunities missed. Be gentle with yourself. You were trying to protect your heart with the tools you had. Now your tools are improving. Over time, as healing deepens, Intuition becomes clearer because pain becomes quieter. The more regulated the nervous system, the less noise around true signals. The more honest you become, the less projection clouds perception. Then something beautiful happens. You can sense danger without paranoia. You can trust goodness without naivety. You can pause without freezing. You can move forward without forcing certainty. You can listen inwardly without being ruled by old wounds. That is mature discernment. One day you notice your inner voice feels different, less dramatic, less panicked, less obsessed, more simple, more clean, more steady. That is often intuition finally being heard beneath the noise. Tonight, let every old wound pretending to be prophecy or instinct begin to soften. Let fear stop borrowing the voice of wisdom. Let the subconscious learn that not every alarm is truth. You are allowed to question your reactions. You are allowed to wait before obeying them. You are allowed to trust clarity more than intensity. Sometimes the deepest cleanse is learning that the loudest voice inside you was never the wisest one. And when old pain no longer gets to masquerade as intuition, another burden often remains hidden beneath everything else. Many people have compassion for others who struggled, yet carry cruelty toward themselves for how they survived. They forgive everyone except the person who was drowning. This is the deep cleanse of forgiving yourself for surviving poorly. Some of the heaviest shame comes not from what happened to you, but from how you responded to what happened. You may regret the years you stayed too long, the people you begged for love from, the anger you spilled onto safe people, the habits you used to numb pain, the lies told from fear, the opportunities you avoided, the self you abandoned, the desperation, silence, jealousy, withdrawal, addiction, collapse, people-pleasing, self-betrayal. You look back and think, I should have known better. But pain changes behavior. Fear narrows vision. Trauma distorts choices. Loneliness lowers standards. Exhaustion weakens judgment. Desperation can make crumbs look like rescue. A wounded nervous system does not operate with the clarity of a peaceful one. Many people judge their survival responses from the perspective of the healed self they did not yet have. That is unfair. The version of you in those moments did not have today's awareness, language, tools, boundaries, distance, or wisdom. They were trying to get through something while under pressure. They were making choices inside confusion, hunger, fear, grief, or emotional deprivation. This does not mean every action was healthy. It means context matters. There is a difference between understanding behavior and excusing harm. Some people hear self-forgiveness and think it means pretending nothing mattered. It does not. Self-forgiveness means telling the truth without chaining yourself to eternal punishment. You may need accountability. You may need repair. You may need changed behavior. You may need apology where possible. But you do not need lifelong self-hatred. Many minds remain stuck because they keep replaying old failures as proof of character. They say, I was weak. I was pathetic. I ruined everything. I can't believe I became that. No worthy person would have acted that way. These statements ignore the reality of suffering. They erase the conditions. They remove the wound and only judge the symptom. Imagine criticizing someone for limping while refusing to mention the broken leg. The first step in cleansing this shame is naming what you were surviving. Were you surviving neglect, abuse, chronic stress, grief, isolation, addiction in the home, emotional manipulation, repeated rejection, internal emptiness no one saw? When you name the environment, your behavior becomes more understandable. Not ideal. Understandable. The next step is asking a compassionate question. What was I trying to get through, gain, avoid, or soothe? Maybe you stayed because you feared abandonment. Maybe you lied because truth once felt dangerous. Maybe you numbed because pain felt unbearable. Maybe you lashed out because no one taught regulation. Maybe you shrank because visibility once brought attack. Maybe you tolerated less because you did not yet know better existed. Again, understanding is not surrender to the pattern, it is the doorway out of hatred. You must also grieve the cost, honestly. Self-forgiveness is deeper when truth is clear. Some choices hurt you, some hurt others. Some wasted time, some delayed healing, some damaged trust. Feel the sadness without turning it into identity. Regret can become wisdom when it is processed. It becomes poison when it is worshipped. Another important practice is speaking to your past self as you would speak to someone you love. Would you call them disgusting for coping badly while in pain? Would you mock them for being desperate while lonely? Would you hate them for freezing while overwhelmed? Would you condemn them forever for not knowing what they had never been taught? Probably not. Yet many people speak to themselves with a cruelty they would never use on a stranger. Try different language. You were struggling. You were unskilled, not evil. You were hurting. You made mistakes, and you can learn. You needed help more than punishment. These statements create room for transformation. Self-forgiveness also requires changed loyalty. Stop being loyal to the identity of the one who failed. Be loyal to the one who is learning now. Make amends where appropriate. Build better habits now. Choose healthier people now. Tell the truth now. Rest now. Protect yourself now. Grow now. Present integrity heals old shame faster than endless replay. There may be tears here because many people realize they were punishing a wounded version of themselves who needed rescue, guidance, therapy, boundaries, rest, or love, not contempt. Let those tears cleanse. One day you begin to see the old version of you differently, not as embarrassing, not as weak, not as ruined, but as someone carrying too much with too little support. Someone trying to survive with broken tools in a burning room. Then compassion becomes natural, and something beautiful happens when self-forgiveness lands. The past loses its grip. Memory becomes softer. Energy returns from rumination. Growth feels possible. You stop hiding from yourself. You stop needing punishment to prove you changed. You become teachable again. Tonight, let every old coping mechanism, desperate season, poor decision, and painful reaction be seen in full context. Let the subconscious release the belief that mistakes made in survival define your worth. You may have survived poorly. You may have hurt yourself. You may have hurt others. You may have lost years. And still, you are allowed to heal. Sometimes the deepest cleanse is not pretending you did well. It is loving yourself enough to grow beyond how you once coped. And when you begin forgiving yourself for how you once survived, another exhausting habit often becomes visible. Many people are no longer trapped in the past, yet they keep dragging the future into fear. They imagine betrayal before trust has even had a chance to breathe. They prepare for wounds that have not happened. This is how to stop rehearsing betrayal before it happens. Some minds practice pain like it is wisdom. You meet someone kind, and the mind says, wait until they change. A friend becomes distant for one day, and the mind says, they are replacing you. A partner is tired, and the mind says, they are losing interest. A colleague succeeds, and the mind says, they will turn against you. Nothing has happened, yet the nervous system begins reacting as if disaster already arrived. This is betrayal rehearsal. It is the habit of mentally running scenes of deception, abandonment, disrespect, replacement, or humiliation before reality gives evidence. Many people think this protects them. They believe if they expect pain early, it will hurt less later. But rehearsing betrayal rarely prevents pain. It usually creates it. You become suspicious with trustworthy people. You ask loaded questions. You overread small changes. You withdraw before closeness forms. You test people instead of trusting them. You become cold while claiming self-protection. You lose peace in relationships that were not harming you. Then the connection weakens, and fear says, "See, I knew it." The prophecy feels confirmed, but often it was performed. This pattern usually comes from earlier wounds. If trust once ended badly, the subconscious learns to scan constantly. It says, "Never be surprised again." If betrayal was humiliating, the mind tries to outsmart future pain by predicting it first. The problem is that hypervigilance cannot distinguish every threat from every ordinary human moment. Silence can mean busyness, not deception. Distance can mean stress, not rejection. Mood changes can mean fatigue, not disloyalty. Boundaries can mean health, not abandonment. But a wounded mind reads all of them through old memory. The first step in healing is noticing when you are living in imagined scenes rather than present facts. Ask yourself, what has actually happened? What am I assuming? What story am I writing with no evidence? Am I responding to today or to something older? These questions interrupt the automatic rehearsal. Another important truth is this: preparing emotionally for betrayal does not spare you pain. It only steals peace early. If betrayal ever happened, it would hurt then. But rehearsing it daily hurts now and then. You pay twice for pain that may never come. This is one of the hidden costs of fear. The next step is learning the difference between discernment and suspicion. Discernment watches patterns calmly over time. Suspicion reacts quickly to fragments. Discernment says, "I'll observe consistency." Suspicion says, "One delayed text means danger." Discernment allows trust to grow with evidence. Suspicion demands proof of innocence every day. Discernment protects relationships. Suspicion erodes them. You must also examine the urge to control uncertainty. Betrayal rehearsal is often less about people and more about your discomfort with not knowing. Relationships involve risk. Friendship involves risk. Love involves risk. Human connection cannot be made completely safe. Some people would rather live in constant anxiety than accept uncertainty. But healing asks for courage instead of false control. Try this practice. When fear says betrayal is coming, do not argue endlessly with it. Return to the present. What is true right now? Is this person showing care right now? Have they repeatedly harmed trust? Or am I reacting to one moment? Can I tolerate not knowing everything today? These questions build emotional steadiness. You should also regulate the body. Betrayal rehearsal is often physical before it is mental. Tight chest, racing thoughts, urge to check phones, urge to interrogate, inability to relax. Slow breathing, movement, journaling, stepping away from the trigger, and calming routines help reduce false alarms. A regulated body reads reality more clearly. Another healing step is building trust in yourself. Many fear betrayal intensely because they think if it happens, they will collapse. But if you trust your own ability to respond, boundaries become possible and paranoia becomes less necessary. Tell yourself, if someone betrays me, I can handle truth. If someone leaves, I can grieve and continue. If trust breaks, I can rebuild my life. I do not need constant suspicion to survive. This inner trust changes everything. There may be grief here too. You may realize how many peaceful moments were wasted preparing for wounds. How many loving gestures were doubted. How many good people felt pushed away by fear they did not create? Let that grief become motivation, not shame. You were trying to protect a hurt heart with outdated methods. Now you can choose stronger protection: clarity, boundaries, observation, self-respect, and present awareness. One day you notice something beautiful. You no longer panic at ordinary distance. You no longer need reassurance every hour. You no longer search for betrayal in every silence. You no longer punish loyal people for someone else's sins. You can enjoy connection without constant surveillance. That is freedom. Trust becomes possible not because betrayal is impossible, but because you no longer live under its shadow before it arrives. Tonight, let every imagined scene of future hurt begin to dissolve. Let the subconscious release its need to practice pain in advance. Let vigilance soften into wisdom. Let uncertainty become breathable again. You do not need to rehearse betrayal to be prepared. You do not need suspicion to be strong. You do not need fear to stay awake. Sometimes the deepest cleanse is allowing trust to exist before it earns certainty. And when you stop rehearsing betrayal before it happens, another strange truth often appears. Many people say they want peace, loyalty, progress, and stability. Yet when those things begin to arrive steadily, discomfort rises. They can handle chaos more easily than calm repetition. They can survive storms, but struggle with clear skies. This is why the damaged mind fears consistency. Some wounds adapt to pain so deeply that steadiness feels unnatural. A person raised around unpredictable love may feel uneasy when someone shows up reliably. Someone used to financial instability may feel anxious during stable seasons. A person who lived in emotional chaos may feel restless when days become simple and peaceful. Someone who only knew intense motivation may abandon routines because quiet discipline feels lifeless. The subconscious often trusts what is familiar more than what is healthy. If affection used to come randomly, consistency may feel suspicious. If conflict always followed calm, the body may brace whenever life gets smooth. If attention only came during crisis, ordinary connection may feel too quiet. If worth was earned through emergency and struggle, slow progress can feel meaningless. This is how damage hides. It does not always crave pain directly. Sometimes it rejects stability because stability does not match the old map. Consistency asks something many wounded systems resist: surrendering drama. A consistent partner texts back steadily, not in thrilling bursts. A consistent job grows slowly, not through emotional highs. A consistent healing routine feels repetitive, not dramatic. A consistent friend is dependable, not intoxicating. A consistent life often looks ordinary before it looks beautiful. To a damaged mind, ordinary can feel empty. Many people secretly associate intensity with love, urgency with value, and unpredictability with excitement. So when consistency appears, they mislabel it as boring, weak, or lacking chemistry. But often what they call boring is simply safe. Another reason consistency feels threatening is that it exposes unresolved emotions. Chaos keeps attention outward. Drama gives you something to chase, fix, fear, or react to. But steady seasons create space. In that space, grief may surface, loneliness may become visible, identity questions may arise. Who am I without problems? What do I do when no one needs saving? Can I sit with myself when nothing urgent is happening? Some people flee consistency because it introduces them to themselves. The first step in healing is noticing where you sabotage steady things. Do you lose interest when someone is reliable? Do you quit routines once they start working? Do you create conflict during peaceful seasons? Do you crave intensity after a few calm days? Do you feel suspicious when life is going smoothly? These are not random flaws. They may be signs the nervous system is unfamiliar with steadiness. The next step is redefining consistency. Consistency is not dullness. It is trust made visible. A consistent person protects your nervous system. A consistent habit builds confidence. A consistent boundary creates safety. A consistent schedule frees mental energy. A consistent effort compounds into results no chaos can match. The world often celebrates dramatic breakthroughs while ignoring the quiet power of repetition. But most healing, love, strength, and success are built through what happens steadily. You must also learn to tolerate the emotional flatness that sometimes comes with growth. At first, routines feel less exciting than impulsive highs. Calm relationships feel less intense than toxic ones. Stable work feels less thrilling than chaotic gambles. Stay long enough to discover the deeper reward. Toxic highs often create deep lows. Steady effort creates peace. Drama creates adrenaline. Consistency creates trust. Chaos creates stories. Consistency creates life. This is a trade many healed people gladly make. Another powerful practice is staying with small routines when emotion fades. Damaged minds often move only when feelings are intense. They wait for motivation, panic, guilt, inspiration, or crisis. Healing teaches a new rhythm. Action without drama. Walk because it is time to walk. Rest because rest matters. Save money because discipline compounds. Speak kindly because values matter. Show up because reliability is strength. This builds identity through principle instead of mood. There may be grief here too. You may realize how often you mistook instability for passion, how many stable people you overlooked, how many healing habits you abandoned because they were not emotionally loud enough. Let that grief become clarity. You were trained by intensity. Now you can be transformed by steadiness. Another hidden fear of consistency is vulnerability. If something good remains stable, you may begin to trust it, and trust creates the possibility of loss. So some people prefer instability because it keeps emotional distance alive. But avoiding trust to avoid pain also avoids nourishment. The deeper path is learning this truth. Even if consistency ends one day, it is still worth receiving while it exists. One day you notice something beautiful. You no longer need chaos to feel awake. You no longer distrust dependable people. You no longer abandon routines because they are simple. You no longer confuse emotional spikes with meaning. You begin to love the quiet dignity of steady things. You wake, move, work, heal, love, and rest with less noise. That is maturity. The damaged mind once fed on unpredictability because it had to adapt. The healing mind learns to feed on rhythm, trust, and repetition. Tonight, let every part of you that mistrusts steadiness begin to soften. Let the subconscious learn that calm repetition is not emptiness. Let reliability become attractive. Let routine become healing. Let ordinary days become sacred. You do not need fireworks every night. You do not need crisis to feel alive. You do not need chaos to prove something is real. Sometimes the deepest cleanse is learning that consistency was the love, peace, and power you were searching for all along. And when consistency no longer feels like a threat, a deeper kind of healing becomes possible. Many people understand truth in the mind, yet their body still lives in alarm. They know they are no longer in the old danger, but their chest tightens, jaw clenches, sleep breaks, and nerves stay alert. This is where wisdom must travel lower. This is the rare practice of speaking safety into the body. Some bodies are still fighting wars the mind has already left. You may know the toxic relationship ended, yet your stomach still braces. You may know money is steadier now, yet panic rises at small expenses. You may know no one is yelling, yet loud footsteps trigger tension. You may know you are loved, yet closeness still makes your shoulders harden. The body remembers what the mind tries to outgrow. The nervous system stores patterns through repetition. If you lived with criticism, chaos, fear, neglect, unpredictability, or emotional pain, your body learned to stay ready. It learned shallow breathing, quick scanning, sleeplessness, hyper-alertness, emotional guarding, and constant preparedness. These responses were intelligent once, but many people keep trying to heal only through thought. They repeat positive ideas while their body still receives messages of danger every day. Healing deepens when the body is included. Speaking safety into the body means sending signals through words, breath, posture, rhythm, touch, and routine that tell the nervous system the emergency is not happening now. It begins with simple language. Instead of saying, "What is wrong with me?" say, "My body is trying to protect me." Instead of saying, "I'm broken," say, "I'm activated." Instead of saying, "I can't handle this," say, "I am feeling stress and I can move through it." These phrases matter because the body listens to tone as much as meaning. Harsh inner speech keeps alarm active. Gentle truth begins calming it. Another powerful tool is breath. Fear shortens the breath. Safety lengthens it. Slow inhales and longer exhales tell the nervous system that running is not required. Even a few minutes of steady breathing can interrupt spirals built over years. Relaxing the jaw, shoulders, hands, and stomach sends similar messages. Many people unknowingly hold themselves as if impact is coming. The body interprets tension as evidence of danger. Softening is not weakness, it is communication. You can also speak safety through environment. Consistent sleep times, a clean room, warm lighting, quiet mornings, regular meals, gentle movement, orderly spaces, time with calm people. These ordinary choices become biological reassurance. The body trusts repeated signals more than grand speeches. Touch matters too. A hand on the chest, one palm over the stomach, wrapping yourself in a blanket, slow stretching, warm water on the skin. These sensations tell the system, "You are here now, you are held now." Many wounded people were touched by stress more than comfort. Relearning comfort is healing. Movement is another language of safety. Trauma often freezes energy inside the body. Walking, stretching, shaking out tension, dancing, lifting, or steady exercise helps complete stress cycles the body never finished. Sometimes the body does not need more thinking, it needs motion. You must also notice what you speak into the body unconsciously. Constant doom scrolling, chaotic schedules, harsh self-criticism, toxic relationships, overworking, ignoring exhaustion, caffeine without rest, living in constant urgency. These habits whisper danger all day long. Then people wonder why anxiety remains. The next step is learning to orient to what is safe now. Look around the room slowly. Notice exits, light, objects, sounds, textures. Let your eyes see that the current environment is different from old environments. This simple practice helps the nervous system update. The body often reacts as if then is now. You can also create safety statements for hard moments. This feeling is real, but it is temporary. I am triggered, not trapped. I survived before, and I have more tools now. No emergency is happening in this room. I can move slowly. Repeat them with sincerity, not force. There may be grief here too. Many people realize no one ever taught their body peace. They learned productivity, endurance, silence, toughness, but not regulation. They know how to survive pressure, but not how to feel safe in stillness. Let that grief soften you. You are not late. You are learning a language that should have been taught early. Over time, the body begins to trust new patterns. Sleep deepens, jaw unclenches, breathing softens, startle responses reduce. You stop scanning every room. Rest feels less guilty. Love feels less threatening. Calm stops feeling suspicious. This change may seem subtle, but it transforms life. Because a peaceful mind inside a terrified body still struggles. But when mind and body begin agreeing that safety is possible, healing becomes embodied. One day stress rises and you respond differently. Instead of panic, you pause. Instead of collapse, you breathe. Instead of self-attack, you soothe. Instead of spiraling, you regulate. That is strength of the deepest kind. Tonight, let every tense place inside you hear a new message. Let the shoulders know they do not need to carry everything. Let the chest know it does not need to brace for impact. Let the stomach know the storm is not here now. Let the nervous system feel the truth your mind is learning. You are not in that old room anymore. You are not with those old people anymore. You are not as powerless as before. You are here now. Sometimes the deepest cleanse is not changing your thoughts first, but teaching your body that it is finally safe enough to rest. And when the body begins to believe it is safe, another hidden source of suffering often becomes easier to notice. Some pain is not coming from what is happening now. It is coming from what keeps being replayed. Certain memories return again and again, carrying the same sting each time. The event is over, but the emotion keeps renewing itself. This is how to remove emotional poison from repeated memories. Some memories fade with time, others stay charged. You may remember a betrayal from years ago and still feel anger rise instantly. You may recall humiliation and feel your chest tighten as if it happened this morning. You may revisit abandonment and feel the same emptiness. You may think of mistakes and feel shame flood the body again. The past is gone, yet the body reacts in the present. This happens because memory is not only mental, it is emotional, physical, sensory, and symbolic. The subconscious often stores painful moments with the feelings attached. Then each replay can reactivate the old chemistry. Many people unknowingly re-poison themselves through repetition. They replay the argument every night. They imagine what they should have said. They revisit the betrayal to stay angry. They rehearse the embarrassment to stay ashamed. They retell the wound so often that it remains fresh. The memory becomes an open wound because it is constantly scratched. This does not mean remembering is wrong. It means the way you relate to memory matters. There is a difference between processing a memory and living inside it. Processing seeks understanding, release, truth, and integration. Living inside it seeks revenge, identity, endless explanation, or emotional reactivation. The first step in cleansing repeated memories is noticing the purpose of the replay. Ask yourself, am I learning something new or reliving something old? Am I seeking clarity or feeding pain? Am I honoring the event or renewing it? What do I hope to gain by replaying this again? These questions expose whether memory is serving healing or harming it. Another important truth is that many repeated memories are linked to unfinished emotion. You may still need to grieve, feel anger safely, acknowledge loss, name injustice, or accept reality. When emotions are never processed, the mind keeps returning to the scene asking for completion. So instead of endless replay, choose direct feeling. Cry what was never cried. Write what was never said. Name what was unfair. Mourn what was lost. Accept what will never be repaired. Emotion felt cleanly once is lighter than emotion avoided for years. You must also separate facts from story. The fact may be, they lied. The story may be, no one can be trusted. The fact may be, I failed there. The story may be, I ruin everything. The fact may be they left. The story may be, I am impossible to love. Repeated memories often hurt more because of the meaning attached to them, not only the event itself. Update the meaning. They lied can become, they were dishonest, not, I am unworthy. I failed there can become, I was unprepared then, not, I am a failure. They left can become, they chose their path, not, I am unlovable. This reframing removes poison while keeping truth. Another healing practice is changing the ending of the replay. Many people remember the moment of injury, but forget everything after it. They remember being betrayed, but forget they survived. They remember being embarrassed, but forget they grew. They remember being abandoned, but forget they rebuilt. They remember the collapse, but forget the comeback. Complete the memory honestly. Yes, it hurt. Yes, it mattered. And yes, you continued. This restores dignity. The body also needs present signals during memory activation. If a memory triggers tension, breathe slowly. Look around the room. Touch nearby objects. Feel your feet. Notice today's date. Remind the nervous system. This is memory, not current danger. The body often cannot tell unless you teach it. You may need boundaries with memory triggers too. Some people keep wounds alive through stalking old profiles, rereading messages, retelling stories to everyone, or consuming content that keeps them trapped in old identity. Distance can be medicine. There may be grief here because some repeated memories were companions for years. They gave you anger to hold, stories to tell, reasons to stay guarded. Releasing them can feel like losing part of yourself. But you are not losing yourself. You are losing poison. Another truth, forgiveness is sometimes part of cleansing, but forgiveness does not always mean reunion, excuse, or approval. It often means refusing to let the memory keep injecting pain into your present life. You release the poison, not the lesson. Over time, memories can remain without burning. You remember clearly, but the body stays calm. You recall the betrayal, but rage does not own the room. You think of the mistake, but shame does not flood you. You remember the loss, but it comes with tenderness instead of collapse. That is integration. The memory becomes history instead of a living toxin. One day you notice something beautiful. The mind no longer runs automatically to old scenes. The same memory appears less often. When it appears, it feels quieter. It no longer controls the day. It no longer dictates identity. That is emotional freedom. Tonight, let every repeated memory carrying unnecessary poison begin to soften. Let the subconscious stop reopening wounds to seek what is already possible now. Truth, grief, dignity, release. What happened matters. What happened shaped you. What happened may always be remembered. But it does not need to keep hurting at the same intensity forever. Sometimes the deepest cleanse is not forgetting the past, but removing the venom from its memory. And when the poison begins to leave repeated memories, another danger must be understood. Sometimes people do not stay in pain because they want to suffer. They stay because bitterness gives them somewhere to live. It gives the mind a structure. It gives the heart a reason to stay guarded. It explains the world. It protects the ego from disappointment. But if you remain there too long, bitterness stops being a visitor and becomes a home. Bitterness often begins as a reasonable response to unfair pain. Someone betrayed you. Someone used you. Someone ignored your goodness. Someone walked away without caring what they broke. Someone received love from you and returned confusion, disrespect, or silence. At first, bitterness feels like protection. It says, never forget what they did. It says, never be soft like that again. It says, stay angry because anger will keep you safe. And for a while, anger may feel stronger than grief. Grief makes you feel the loss. Bitterness gives you a weapon. Grief asks you to mourn. Bitterness lets you accuse. Grief makes you face what cannot be changed. Bitterness lets you keep fighting inside your mind. That is why many people choose bitterness without realizing it. It feels more powerful than sadness, but bitterness has a hidden cost. It keeps you connected to the very thing you claim to hate. You may not speak to the person anymore, but your mind still brings them into the room. You may have left the situation, but your emotions still report back to it every day. You may say, "I'm over it." Yet every quiet moment becomes another courtroom where you replay the crime, the evidence, the injustice, the speech you wish you gave, the apology they never offered. Bitterness makes the past feel active, and the longer you live there, the more normal it becomes. At first, bitterness is about what happened. Later, it becomes how you see everything. You stop expecting honesty. You stop trusting kindness. You stop believing people can love without taking. You begin to treat every new person like they are applying for a debt created by someone else. This is how bitterness spreads. It starts with one wound and becomes a world view. The heart says, "I was hurt." Bitterness says, "Everyone hurts." The heart says, "That person failed me." Bitterness says, "No one is safe." The heart says, "I lost something precious." Bitterness says, "Nothing good lasts." This is how a painful chapter becomes an emotional address. You begin living there. The dangerous thing about bitterness is that it can feel intelligent. It can sound like wisdom. It says, "I'm just realistic now." It says, "I know how people are." It says, "I learned my lesson." But sometimes what you call realism is only disappointment wearing a serious face. True wisdom protects your heart without closing it completely. Bitterness protects your heart by burying it alive. The first step out is admitting what bitterness has been giving you. Maybe it gives you a sense of control. Maybe it gives you a reason not to try again. Maybe it gives you protection from vulnerability. Maybe it gives you identity as the wronged one. Maybe it gives you a way to avoid the deeper sadness underneath. This honesty matters because we do not release what we secretly benefit from. Then you must ask a harder question. What is bitterness taking from me? Is it taking your peace, your softness, your ability to trust wisely, your sleep, your joy, your ability to enjoy today without dragging yesterday into it? Bitterness may feel like justice, but it often punishes the person still carrying it. The one who hurt you may have moved on. Life may have continued. But inside you, the wound remains furnished, decorated, and lived in. Every thought becomes another chair in that old room. Every replay becomes another locked window. Leaving bitterness does not mean saying what happened was small. It does not mean calling betrayal acceptable. It does not mean inviting harmful people back. It means refusing to let the injury become your inner climate. You can remember clearly without drinking poison daily. A powerful practice is to separate justice from obsession. Justice may require boundaries, truth, distance, consequences, or repair. Obsession requires endless replay. Justice protects the future. Obsession chains you to the past. Choose protection, not possession. You must also let grief do the work bitterness has been delaying. Beneath bitterness, there is often heartbreak. A softer sentence waiting to be spoken. I wanted them to care. I thought they would stay. I gave more than I should have. I was embarrassed by how much it hurt. I miss who I thought they were. These truths may feel vulnerable, but they are cleaner than resentment. Bitterness hardens pain. Grief releases it. And slowly, as you let yourself mourn honestly, The need to stay angry begins to weaken. The heart no longer needs bitterness to prove the wound was real. The pain has been witnessed. The truth has been named. The lesson has been kept. Then you can begin building a new home inside yourself. A home where caution exists, but does not rule. A home where memory exists, but does not poison. A home where boundaries exist, but softness still breathes. A home where wisdom exists, but hope is still allowed. One day you notice their name no longer changes your whole mood. The memory no longer controls your body. The injustice still matters, but it no longer owns your future. You do not need to hate in order to remember. You do not need bitterness in order to be safe. That is freedom. Tonight, let every part of you that made bitterness a shelter begin to loosen. Let the heart understand that anger may have protected you for a season, but it was never meant to become your permanent address. You can leave the wound without betraying yourself. You can release resentment without excusing what happened. You can become soft again without becoming foolish. Sometimes the deepest cleanse is finally walking out of the house bitterness built and realizing you were never meant to live there. And when bitterness is no longer home, another habit often steps forward wearing a respectable mask. It looks responsible. It sounds intelligent. It feels like caution. Yet beneath it lives fear. Many people believe that if they think hard enough, long enough, and deeply enough, they can prevent pain. This is how to stop confusing overthinking with protection. Some minds treat worry like armor. They replay conversations before they happen. They study every message for hidden meaning. They predict outcomes, prepare responses, imagine disasters, and mentally rehearse every possible mistake. They call it being careful. They call it staying ready. They call it maturity. But often it is anxiety pretending to be strategy. Overthinking usually begins honestly. Someone was blindsided once, so the mind vows never to be surprised again. Someone made a painful mistake, so the mind promises to calculate everything next time. Someone was hurt by trust, so the mind starts scanning for danger in every detail. The intention is safety. The result is exhaustion. Because the mind was built to solve real problems, not endlessly simulate imaginary ones. When it is trapped in constant mental loops, it becomes less clear, not more. Decision-making weakens, confidence drops, sleep suffers, joy disappears, presence fades. You are busy trying to prevent life while missing it. Many people mistake mental activity for control. If they are thinking, they feel productive. If they are worrying, they feel responsible. If they are obsessing, they feel prepared. But thinking about a fire is not the same as having water. Overthinking often gives the sensation of action without the substance of action. You feel engaged, but nothing changes. You feel busy, but no progress is made. You feel prepared, but your nervous system remains tense. That is why overthinking can become addictive. It creates false movement. Another hidden reason people overthink is emotional avoidance. Solving is easier than feeling. It can be easier to analyze why someone changed than to feel sadness. Easier to plan 10 futures than face uncertainty. Easier to review mistakes than feel shame and heal it. Thought becomes a distraction from emotion. The damaged mind says, if I keep thinking, I won't have to feel. But the feelings wait underneath. The first step in healing is noticing what type of thinking you are doing. Helpful thinking leads to decisions, plans, action, clarity, or acceptance. Overthinking leads to loops, repetition, tension, confusion, and no movement. Ask yourself, am I solving something real? Is there a decision to make right now? Have I already thought about this enough? Is this thought producing action or only anxiety? These questions separate wisdom from mental spinning. Another important truth is that uncertainty cannot be thought away. Many overthinkers are trying to remove the discomfort of not knowing. Will they stay? Will I fail? Did I say the wrong thing? What if something goes wrong later? The mind wants guarantees life cannot give, so it keeps searching. Healing begins when you accept that some uncertainty must be felt, not solved. You may never know exactly how someone feels today. You may never predict every outcome. You may never make risk-free choices. You may never get perfect closure. And yet life can still be lived beautifully. The next step is replacing rumination with real protection. If you fear betrayal, build boundaries. If you fear failure, build skills. If you fear conflict, build communication. If you fear uncertainty, build resilience. If you fear rejection, build self-worth. These forms of protection are practical. They strengthen life instead of draining it. You must also learn to trust action more than analysis. Send the message, apply for the opportunity, have the conversation, make the choice, take the step, adjust later. Many answers arrive through movement, not thought. The mind often wants certainty before action. Life often gives clarity after action. Another healing practice is creating limits for thinking. Set a time to reflect, journal, plan, or problem solve. Then stop, return to the body. Walk, cook, pray, stretch, breathe, talk to someone, work with your hands. The body can end loops the mind cannot. There may also be grief here. Many people realize how many years were spent in mental waiting rooms, opportunities delayed, peace postponed, relationships doubted, sleep lost, presence sacrificed to imaginary futures. Let that grief become motivation. You were trying to protect yourself with the best method you knew. Now you can choose stronger methods. Over time, something changes. You notice that not every thought deserves attention. You notice that silence after uncertainty is survivable. You notice that decisions made calmly beat endless mental debate. You notice that life becomes clearer when you participate in it. The mind becomes a tool again instead of a prison. One day the same trigger appears, a delayed message, a risky choice, an unclear future, and instead of spiraling, you breathe. You ask what is true now. You take one grounded action. You let the rest remain unknown. That is maturity. Protection is not endless thinking. Protection is inner stability. A stable person can face surprise. A stable person can recover from mistakes. A stable person can survive rejection. A stable person can move through uncertainty without collapsing. That strength makes overthinking less necessary. Tonight, let every thought loop pretending to keep you safe begin to slow. Let the subconscious release the belief that worry equals wisdom. Let the mind rest from carrying futures it cannot control. You do not need to solve every possibility before you live. You do not need to think yourself into safety. You do not need certainty to take the next honest step. Sometimes the deepest cleanse is learning that peace comes not from thinking more, but from trusting yourself enough to think less. And when overthinking begins to loosen its grip, another hidden fear often rises beneath it. Many people do not only fear failure, rejection, or loss. They fear being truly known. They fear what might happen if someone sees past the mask, the performance, the strength, the charm, the usefulness, the mystery. This is the subconscious fear of being seen clearly. Some people hide so long they forget they are hiding. A person may appear confident, funny, capable, wise, independent, calm, or endlessly helpful. Yet beneath that outer image lives a quieter question. If they really saw me, would they stay? This fear rarely announces itself openly. It moves through behavior. You avoid vulnerability. You keep conversations surface level. You become useful instead of intimate. You share stories but not truth. You stay mysterious and call it privacy. You attract people who cannot go deep. You reveal just enough to be liked, not enough to be known. Then loneliness grows, even while surrounded. Many damaged minds learned early that visibility was dangerous. A child who expressed emotions and got mocked may learn to hide feelings. A child who made mistakes and got shamed may learn to perform competence. A child whose needs were ignored may learn to stop needing publicly. Someone who was betrayed after opening up may later associate honesty with pain. The subconscious remembers these lessons. It says, stay impressive, not exposed. Stay admired, not understood. Stay needed, not vulnerable. Stay distant, not disappointable. This creates a life where you are often appreciated, but rarely felt. Another reason people fear being seen clearly is shame. If you secretly believe there is something wrong with you, true visibility feels risky. You may think if others discover your anxiety, past mistakes, insecurities, grief, confusion, desires, or imperfections, they will leave. So you curate yourself. You become the reliable one, the strong one, the easy one, the wise one, the successful one, the funny one, the mysterious one. Roles can gain attention. They cannot replace intimacy. Many people mistake being admired for being loved. Admiration can happen at a distance. Love requires contact with reality. The first step in healing is noticing where your image protects you. What version of yourself do you present automatically? Who are you trying to be when you meet people? What truths do you avoid sharing? What emotions feel embarrassing to reveal? Do people know your usefulness more than your heart? These questions uncover the mask without condemning it. The mask once helped you survive. Perhaps competence kept criticism away. Perhaps humor softened pain. Perhaps independence prevented disappointment. Perhaps mystery protected a fragile self-worth. Perhaps caretaking earned connection. Respect the strategy, then outgrow it. Another important truth is that being seen clearly does not mean telling everyone everything. Wisdom still needs boundaries. Not everyone deserves access. Visibility is not oversharing. It is honest presence with safe people. This means learning selective openness, saying, I'm struggling, admitting, that hurt me, sharing, I don't know, expressing, I need support, confessing, I care about you, allowing tears without apology, letting someone witness imperfection. These moments feel small, but they retrain the nervous system. You discover something powerful. Being known does not always end in rejection. Some people respond with care. Some respect honesty more than performance. Some feel closer when you are real. Some trust you more when you stop pretending. This can feel shocking to a wounded mind. You must also accept that clear visibility includes being misunderstood by some. Not everyone will interpret you correctly. Some will project. Some will judge. Some will not have depth enough to understand. That is not failure. The goal is not universal approval. The goal is truthful connection where it matters. Another hidden fear of being seen clearly is responsibility. When masks drop, excuses weaken. If people see the real you, then your gifts, patterns, avoidance and desires become harder to deny. Some people hide not only from others, but from their own potential. The mask can protect limitation. Healing asks courage. What if the real you is not defective, but powerful? What if your softness is strength? What if your depth is lovable? What if your needs are valid? What if being known is the doorway, not the danger? There may be grief here too. You may realize how many years were spent being palatable instead of present. How many rooms applauded a version of you that never got to breathe? How many relationships loved the mask because the real person was never invited in? Let that grief open you. Over time, the body learns a new experience. You tell the truth and remain safe. You show emotion and remain respected. You ask for support and remain valued. You are imperfect and remain loved. Then something beautiful happens. You stop performing connection and start feeling it. You stop managing impressions and start relaxing. You stop being admired from afar and start being known up close. You stop hiding your humanity and start inhabiting it. That is freedom. One day you notice you enter rooms with less armor. You speak more simply. You hide less. You need less approval because you need less disguise. Tonight, let every mask built from old fear begin to soften. Let the subconscious release the belief that visibility equals danger. Let safe people meet the real person beneath performance. You do not need to be flawless to be loved. You do not need to be mysterious to be deep. You do not need to be useful to deserve closeness. Sometimes the deepest cleanse is allowing yourself to be seen clearly and discovering there was nothing shameful there at all. And when the fear of being seen clearly begins to soften, another turning point quietly appears. Many people want healing, yet still spend enormous energy protecting the very patterns that hurt them. They justify wounds, excuse reactions, romanticize coping habits, and defend behaviors born from pain. This is why healing begins when you stop defending your damage. Some suffering survives because it is constantly explained. A person says, "I push people away because everyone disappoints me." Another says, "I overwork because nobody else can be trusted." Someone says, "I'm harsh because the world is harsh." Another says, "I don't need anyone because people always leave." These statements may contain pieces of truth, but truth mixed with defense can become a prison. Yes, people may have disappointed you. Yes, the world can be hard. Yes, trust may have been broken. Yes, pain shaped your reactions. But when pain becomes justification for staying the same, growth stops. Defending your damage means protecting patterns because they once made sense. You defend anger because it once felt powerful. You defend avoidance because vulnerability once hurt. You defend people-pleasing because conflict once felt dangerous. You defend emotional walls because betrayal once happened. You defend chaos because calm feels unfamiliar. You defend numbness because feeling once overwhelmed you. The subconscious often says, "This kept us alive. Do not touch it." And that response deserves compassion. Those patterns likely helped you in another season, but what once protected you may now be draining love, peace, clarity, intimacy, and progress. Many people confuse explanation with healing. They can describe their trauma beautifully. They can name every reason they react. They can trace patterns back to childhood. They can explain why they sabotage, withdraw, rage, cling, or avoid. But explanation alone does not transform behavior. Knowing why you bleed is not the same as learning how to stop. Another reason people defend damage is identity. If pain shaped your personality, changing the pattern can feel like losing yourself. Who am I without being the guarded one? Who am I without being the victim? Who am I without being the angry one? Who am I without being the one who never needs anyone? Sometimes dysfunction feels like selfhood. The first step in healing is noticing where you become argumentative about your wounds. Do you get irritated when someone names a harmful pattern kindly? Do you turn every correction into a story about your past? Do you say, "That's just how I am," often? Do you secretly admire habits that are hurting you? Do you wear your coping style like personality? These are signs the damage is being defended. The next step is honoring the purpose without preserving the pattern. Instead of saying, I must stay guarded, say, guardedness once protected me. Instead of saying, I am just cold, say, distance once helped me survive. Instead of saying, I can't trust anyone, say, trust was broken before. This language matters. It recognizes history without turning it into destiny. You must also learn that dropping defenses can feel like danger at first. If anger was armor, softness feels risky. If control was safety, surrender feels reckless. If hyper-independence was survival, receiving help feels humiliating. The body may panic during healthy change. Do not mistake that discomfort for proof you should remain wounded. Growth often feels unsafe to systems trained by pain. Another hidden defense is moral superiority. Some people defend damage by making it noble. My walls keep me strong. My bitterness means I learned. My overworking means I'm disciplined. My emotional detachment means I'm evolved. Sometimes these traits contain strengths, but if they also block intimacy, peace, joy, or rest, they need honest review. A sword can protect you and still cut your own hand. Healing asks humility. It asks you to admit, what helped me once may harm me now. What feels natural may not be healthy. What I call personality may be pain. What I defend may be what needs release. This honesty is uncomfortable, but freeing. There may be grief here too. You may realize how many years were spent protecting patterns that were starving you. How many relationships suffered because walls were praised. How many opportunities were missed because fear was called wisdom. Let that grief soften pride. Then begin practicing replacement. Not just removal. If you defended anger, build boundaries. If you defended numbness, build emotional literacy. If you defended overwork, build worth beyond output. If you defended isolation, build safe connection. If you defended suspicion, build discernment. Healthy traits can do the job damage was trying to do poorly. Over time, something changes. You stop needing to justify every reaction. You apologize faster. You listen without collapsing. You notice triggers without worshipping them. You become curious about yourself instead of loyal to old habits. That is maturity. Healing often begins the moment you stop saying, "This is just me," and start asking, "Is this really me? Or what happened to me?" One day, you notice you no longer feel proud of being hard to love. You no longer glamorize emotional distance. You no longer protect coping mechanisms more than peace. You choose life over loyalty to old pain. Tonight, let every argument protecting your wounds begin to quiet. Let the subconscious know those defenses are appreciated, but no longer in charge. Let explanation become action. Let history become wisdom instead of excuse. You are not betraying your past by changing. You are not becoming weak by softening. You are not losing yourself by healing. Sometimes the deepest cleanse begins the day you stop defending the cage and start opening the door. And when you stop defending your damage, another hidden bond often becomes visible. Many people think the past only survives through memory, but often it survives through loyalty. Unspoken promises were made in pain, and those promises still govern the present. This is how to break the mental contract with your past. Some agreements were never written, yet they still control your life. After betrayal, you may have silently promised, "I will never trust again." After rejection, "I will never be vulnerable again." After humiliation, "I will never be seen trying again." After abandonment, "I will never need anyone again." After failure, "I will never risk looking foolish again." These vows are rarely conscious. They are formed in emotional shock. The wounded mind creates contracts to prevent repeat pain. It says, "If I close this door forever, I will be safe." And for a season, that contract may seem protective. Walls can reduce hurt, distance can reduce disappointment, avoidance can reduce embarrassment. But the same contract that protects one chapter can imprison the next. I will never trust again blocks healthy love. I will never need anyone blocks support. I will never fail publicly blocks growth. I will never be soft again blocks intimacy. I will never be overlooked again creates exhausting overperformance. The past often remains powerful because you are still honoring promises made in pain. Many adults are living by vows created by younger versions of themselves during their darkest moments. A frightened teenager may still be making decisions inside a grown body. A rejected child may still be choosing relationships. A humiliated version of you may still be controlling ambition. This is why healing requires more than insight. It requires renegotiation. The first step is identifying the contract. Ask yourself, what did I decide about life when I was hurt? What do I refuse to do because of old pain? What feels impossible, dangerous, or humiliating now? What sentence quietly guides my choices? Listen carefully. Maybe it is, I must do everything alone. I can never let people see weakness. I always have to be first. I cannot relax. I must earn love. If I open up, I will be destroyed. These are not personality traits. They are emotional contracts. The next step is honoring why the contract was made. Do not mock the younger self who created it. They were trying to survive with limited power and limited tools. That promise may have reduced pain once. Thank it for protecting you in the only way it knew. Then tell the truth. What saved me then is harming me now. This sentence opens the door. You must also notice the cost of staying loyal to the old agreement. Has hyper-independence made you lonely? Has perfectionism made you exhausted? Has emotional armor made love difficult? Has fear of failure made life smaller? Has distrust kept good people at a distance? Has constant proving kept you from peace? When the cost becomes clear, release becomes easier. Another powerful practice is rewriting the contract consciously. Instead of "I will never trust again," choose "I will trust slowly and wisely." Instead of "I will never need anyone," choose "I can receive support without losing strength." Instead of "I must never fail," choose "I can fail, learn, and continue." Instead of "I must stay hard," choose "I can be soft with boundaries." Instead of "I must earn love," choose "I bring value before performance." These new agreements are not fantasies. They are mature replacements. The subconscious learns through repetition and action. So each time you behave according to the new contract, the old one weakens. Ask for help once. Rest without earning it once. Tell the truth once. Take a visible risk once. Trust someone in measured ways once. Let yourself be cared for once. Small acts dissolve old vows. There may be grief here too. Breaking a contract with the past can feel like betraying the version of you who suffered. You may feel guilty softening after years of hardness. You may feel exposed after years of armor. But you are not betraying that version of you. You are finishing what they wanted all along: safety, peace, freedom. Another hidden reason people keep old contracts is identity. I'm the one who needs no one. I'm the one who never lets people close. I'm the one who always wins. These roles can feel powerful, but borrowed power often costs real life. True power is flexibility. The ability to trust when wise, guard when needed, rest when safe, act when called, soften when deserved. Rigid vows belong to wounded seasons. Mature strength belongs to healed seasons. One day you notice something beautiful. You can ask for help without shame. You can love without panic. You can try without needing guarantees. You can rest without guilt. You can be seen without collapse. You can move forward without asking the past for permission. That is freedom. The old contract loses authority because your present life has become stronger than your old fear. Tonight, let every promise made in pain come up for review. Let the subconscious know the emergency chapter is over. Let outdated vows be released with gratitude. You do not owe lifelong loyalty to decisions made in your darkest hour. You do not need to keep obeying frightened versions of yourself. You do not need to stay bound to protection that became prison. Sometimes the deepest cleanse is signing a new agreement with life and finally breaking the old one with the past. And when you begin breaking the mental contracts made in pain, another hidden drain often becomes obvious. Many people are no longer fighting real battles, yet they are exhausted every day. Not from what happened outside them, but from conversations happening endlessly inside them. This is the rare cleanse of releasing imaginary arguments. Some minds live in courtrooms no one else can see. You replay what someone said. You create the perfect comeback 3 days late. You explain yourself to people who are not present. You defend your worth in silent debates. You imagine future confrontations and rehearse every line. You relive old disrespect and keep rewriting the scene. The body reacts as if the fight is real. Heart rate rises, jaw tightens, shoulders harden, sleep becomes shallow, mood darkens, peace disappears. Nothing is happening in the room, yet the nervous system is already at war. Imaginary arguments often begin from unresolved pain. You wanted to be understood. You wanted fairness. You wanted the truth recognized. You wanted an apology. You wanted to be respected. You wanted the final word. These desires are human, but when reality did not deliver them, the mind created internal theaters where justice might finally happen. The subconscious often uses imaginary arguments to seek control. If a real moment felt powerless, replaying it gives the illusion of strength. You get to say what you could not say. You get to win what you lost. You get to be clear where you once froze. But no matter how many times you win internally, the body still pays externally. You lose energy. You lose presence. You lose emotional freshness. You stay tied to people you claim to be over. You keep old scenes alive long after life moved on. Many people think these inner arguments help them process. Sometimes reflection is useful. But repetitive mental combat usually deepens attachment more than it creates healing. There is a difference between learning from conflict and living inside it. Learning asks, what happened? What matters now? What boundary is needed? What can I release? Imaginary arguing asks, how can I finally win? How can I prove them wrong? What if they say this? What if I say that? One path leads forward. The other circles endlessly. The first step in cleansing imaginary arguments is noticing the hidden need beneath them. Do you need closure, respect, expression, grief, a boundary, self-validation, permission to move on? Often the mind uses debate to seek something simpler. Maybe you do not need one more speech. Maybe you need to admit they were unfair and stop expecting fairness from them. Maybe you do not need to explain yourself again. Maybe you need to accept being misunderstood by certain people. Maybe you do not need revenge. Maybe you need distance. This clarity saves years. Another powerful truth is that many imaginary arguments happen with people who are emotionally unavailable, immature, or uninterested in understanding. The mind keeps preparing for a conversation that would never satisfy even if it happened. Some people cannot give the closure your mind keeps requesting. Waiting for them internally keeps you trapped. The next step is replacing internal courtroom energy with external action. If someone disrespected you, set a boundary. If a relationship ended badly, grieve it. If you were misunderstood, clarify once if wise, then release. If you were mistreated, distance yourself. If you feel powerless, build your life. Action often resolves what rumination prolongs. You must also learn to tolerate incomplete endings. This is hard for many people. Not every conflict gets clean closure. Not every liar admits lying. Not every selfish person sees themselves clearly. Not every chapter ends with mutual understanding. Maturity includes surviving unresolved endings. Another practice is interrupting the loop physically. When you catch yourself arguing internally, do not continue automatically. Breathe deeply. Relax the jaw. Unclench the hands. Stand up. Walk. Shift attention to the present room. Then say something simple. The conversation is not happening now. I do not need to rehearse pain. I release the need to win internally. My peace matters more than this replay. These statements bring authority back. There may be grief here too. Some imaginary arguments are really grief in disguise. You are not trying to win. You are trying to undo hurt. You are trying to get the apology that never came. You are trying to make the person care after they showed they would not. Feel the sadness beneath the anger. Grief heals faster than mental warfare. Another hidden reason people keep arguing internally is identity. Being wronged can feel like a role. If you stop the argument, you may have to stop being the one still fighting. You may have to become the one moving on. That transition can feel strange, but freedom often feels strange before it feels natural. One day you notice something beautiful. You remember the event without entering debate. Their name appears without a courtroom opening. You no longer need to prove yourself in your own head. You no longer waste mornings arguing with ghosts. You have more energy for real life. That is healing. Your mind becomes a place to think, create, pray, love, build, and rest. Not a battleground for scenes already over. Tonight, let every invisible courtroom begin to close. Let every imaginary speech dissolve. Let the subconscious release its need to replay disrespect in search of power. You do not need the last word to be free. You do not need their understanding to have truth. You do not need to keep fighting what already ended. Sometimes the deepest cleanse is ending the conversations that only ever happened inside your mind. And when the inner arguments begin to quiet, another deeper pattern often reveals itself. Many people say they want healing, peace, and freedom, yet they keep returning emotionally to pain. Not because pain is pleasant, but because pain is known. This is why your mind clings to pain that feels familiar. The mind does not always choose what is best. It often chooses what it recognizes. A person may stay attached to an old heartbreak long after the relationship ended. Someone may repeat self-criticism because it sounds like home. Another may remain in draining situations because chaos feels normal. A person may reject calm love because struggle feels more real. Many quietly hold suffering, not because they enjoy it, but because unfamiliar peace feels harder to trust. Familiar pain can feel safer than unknown healing. This truth explains many confusing behaviors. Why someone misses people who hurt them. Why someone sabotages good things. Why someone returns to old habits after progress. Why someone clings to negative thoughts despite wanting peace. Why someone stays stuck in stories that wound them. The subconscious often says, "At least I know this pain." Known disappointment can feel safer than uncertain hope. Known loneliness can feel safer than risking rejection again. Known chaos can feel safer than learning steadiness. Known self-attack can feel safer than self-kindness that feels undeserved. This is not weakness, it is conditioning. If you spent years in criticism, kindness may feel suspicious. If love was inconsistent, healthy love may feel boring. If survival required tension, relaxation may feel dangerous. If identity formed around struggle, ease may feel empty. The nervous system bonds with repeated states. Many people believe they are attached to people or circumstances when they are actually attached to emotional familiarity. You may think you miss them, sometimes you miss the pattern. You may think you need that stressful environment, sometimes you need what it made you feel used to. You may think peace is not for you, sometimes peace is simply new. The first step in healing is noticing what pain feels strangely comfortable. Do you feel oddly drawn to unavailable people? Do you replay wounds when life gets quiet? Do you distrust calm seasons? Do you feel restless when nothing is wrong? Do you criticize yourself automatically, even after success? These may be signs that familiar pain is being mistaken for identity. Another important truth is that pain can become a place of competence. In suffering, you know who you are. You know the rules. You know how to cope, predict, brace, shrink, overperform, or survive. Healing requires beginnerhood. You must learn new skills: how to receive love, how to rest without guilt, how to trust slowly, how to enjoy stability, how to speak kindly to yourself, how to live without constant emergency. For many, this feels harder than pain at first. The next step is separating comfort from health. Something can feel familiar and still be harmful. Something can feel uncomfortable and still be healing. A quiet evening may feel unsettling, yet be good for you. A healthy boundary may feel rude, yet be necessary. A consistent partner may feel less thrilling, yet be safer. Self-compassion may feel unnatural, yet be medicine. Do not let the first feeling decide the final truth. You must also grieve the role pain played. For some people, suffering was companion, motivator, identity, proof of depth, reason for caution, source of sympathy, or explanation for why life stayed small. Letting go of pain can feel like losing a familiar house, even if the house was burning. Grief here is normal. You are not only releasing hurt, you are releasing a known way of being. Another healing practice is building familiarity with healthier states in small doses. Spend time in calm without creating drama. Receive kindness without doubting it instantly. Rest for 10 minutes without earning it. Speak gently to yourself after mistakes. Stay with consistent habits even when they feel boring. Allow ordinary joy. Repetition teaches the subconscious new normal. The body learns through experience more than ideas. At first, peace may feel flat. Patience matters. A tongue used to strong poison may need time to taste clean water. A mind used to intensity may need time to appreciate subtle joy. Then something changes. The quiet begins to feel rich. Consistency begins to feel attractive. Self-respect begins to feel natural. Stable love begins to feel warm instead of dull. Rest begins to feel deserved. The old pain loses emotional glamour. Another truth: familiar pain often keeps you from discovering who you are without it. If you stop being the struggler, the rejected one, the chaotic one, the wounded one, then who are you? That question can feel scary, but beneath it lives freedom. You may be calmer than you thought, more creative than you knew, more loving than your defenses allowed, more capable than fear admitted, more whole than pain suggested. One day you notice you no longer romanticize what hurt you. You no longer revisit wounds for comfort. You no longer call chaos passion or call self-attack discipline. You stop choosing what is known over what is good. That is healing. Tonight, let every attachment to familiar pain begin to loosen. Let the subconscious know it no longer needs old suffering to feel oriented. Let new forms of safety become recognizable. You do not need to keep hurting because hurt feels known. You do not need to return to pain because peace feels strange. You do not need to live in old climates because they shaped you once. Sometimes the deepest cleanse is teaching the mind that unfamiliar peace can become home too. And when familiar pain begins to lose its hold, another hidden habit often appears. Many people do not wait for life to disappoint them. They disappoint themselves first. They reduce hope before joy can bloom. They question good things before they begin. They spoil peace in advance, so pain will feel more manageable later. This is how to stop punishing joy before it arrives. Some hearts reject sunlight because they remember storms. A person receives good news and instantly thinks of what could go wrong. Someone starts a healthy relationship and begins searching for the ending. A peaceful season begins, and the mind says it will not last. An opportunity appears, and excitement is quickly replaced by fear, doubt, or guilt. Joy knocks softly, and old pain answers the door. This habit usually comes from previous disappointment. If happiness was followed by loss, the subconscious learns a harsh lesson. Do not get too excited. Do not trust good moments. Do not celebrate early. Do not relax. Do not hope too much. The mind believes lowering expectations will lower pain, so it criticizes blessings before they mature. It minimizes wins. It distrusts kindness. It predicts collapse. It tells you not to smile too soon. It calls this realism. But often it is fear punishing joy before life ever had the chance. Many people think they are protecting themselves when they are actually shrinking their capacity for happiness. They say, "I'll wait and see. It's probably nothing. This won't last. I shouldn't get my hopes up." Something bad always follows. These phrases can sound wise, yet they train the nervous system to fear goodness. The damaged mind often believes joy is dangerous because joy creates vulnerability. If you care, you can lose. If you celebrate, you can be embarrassed. If you trust, you can be hurt. If you relax, life can surprise you. So some people choose preemptive disappointment. If I expect less, I cannot be crushed. If I stay guarded, I cannot be blindsided. If I numb excitement, I stay in control. But the price is high. You miss beauty while trying to avoid grief. You miss warmth while preparing for cold. You miss today while negotiating with tomorrow. The first step in healing is noticing where joy gets interrupted. Do you ruin good news with immediate worry? Do you distrust compliments? Do you feel guilty when life goes well? Do you downplay success quickly? Do you feel anxious when you are happy? These are signs that old pain still distrusts light. The next step is understanding that joy is not a contract with permanence. Many people reject joy because they think if it cannot last forever, it is unsafe to feel now. But nothing human lasts forever. A sunset ends, a meal ends, a conversation ends, a season ends, a song ends. Its ending does not erase its value. Joy does not need permanence to be real. You must also stop believing that worry controls outcomes. Anxiety does not bargain with fate. Stress does not purchase safety. Fear does not prevent loss. It only makes the present smaller. You can be cautious without being joyless. Another powerful practice is allowing small joy fully. Drink the tea slowly. Enjoy the compliment without arguing. Celebrate the progress before the next goal. Laugh without checking for punishment. Rest in a peaceful evening without suspicion. Receive love without searching for cracks instantly. These moments retrain the subconscious. The body learns good feelings can be tolerated. There may also be guilt beneath blocked joy. Some people fear happiness because others suffered. They think, How can I be happy when my family struggled? How can I enjoy life when I wasted years? How can I smile when the world has pain? This guilt feels noble but often becomes self-denial. Your joy does not betray suffering. Your peace does not insult the past. Your healing does not abandon others. Sometimes your joy becomes evidence that pain did not win. Another hidden reason people punish joy is identity. If you have long been the struggler, joy can feel unfamiliar. If people know you as serious, healing can feel strange. If you bonded with others through pain, happiness may feel lonely at first. Stay with it anyway. You are allowed to outgrow identities built in darker seasons. A helpful question in good moments is this: what if I let this be enough for today? Not forever, not guaranteed, not perfect, just enough for today. This returns joy to the present where it belongs. Over time, something changes. You stop scanning blessings for endings. You stop apologizing for progress. You stop dimming your light to feel prepared. You stop treating hope like foolishness. You become able to smile without bracing. That is healing. One day, good news arrives, and instead of panic, gratitude rises. Peace comes, and you enjoy it without interrogation. Love appears, and you receive it with discernment instead of sabotage. Success happens, and you honor it before rushing forward. You become able to hold joy without punishing it. Tonight, let every reflex that fears happiness begin to soften. Let the subconscious release the belief that pain is safer than delight. Let celebration become allowed. Let goodness be welcomed before it is analyzed. You do not need to suffer early to avoid suffering later. You do not need to insult blessings to stay wise. You do not need to punish joy to prove maturity. Sometimes the deepest cleanse is letting happiness arrive and not attacking it on the way in. And when you stop punishing joy before it arrives, another hidden ache often rises into view. Many people do not simply fear loss in general. They carry a specific expectation that people will leave, withdraw, replace them, forget them, tire of them, or disappear when they are finally needed most. This is the subconscious wound behind always expecting abandonment. Some people are physically present in relationships, but emotionally standing at the exit door. They care deeply, yet they are always preparing for departure. A delayed reply feels like the beginning of the end. A partner needing space feels like rejection. A friend becoming busy feels like fading loyalty. Normal human distance feels like permanent loss. Nothing dramatic may be happening, yet the nervous system is already grieving. This expectation usually began long before current relationships. Abandonment is not only someone walking away, it can also be being ignored emotionally, having inconsistent care, being loved only when useful, being unseen in pain, living with unpredictable affection, having trust broken repeatedly, being left alone with emotions too big to carry. A child does not need to understand psychology to feel this. The body learns it directly. It learns. People disappear. Love changes suddenly. Needs push others away. Closeness is temporary. I must stay alert. These lessons can survive for years inside adult relationships. The subconscious then interprets ordinary moments through old fear. Someone is tired. They're losing interest. Someone needs space. They're leaving. Someone is distracted. I'm no longer important. Someone sets a boundary. I'm being rejected. Someone changes rhythm. I'm being replaced. This is how past wounds speak through present perception. Another hidden effect of abandonment fear is behavior that accidentally creates distance. You cling tightly. You need constant reassurance. You test loyalty. You withdraw first to avoid being left second. You become jealous quickly. You overgive to stay valuable. You hide needs to seem easy. Then relationships strain and fear says, "See, everyone leaves." The prophecy feels true because the wound helped create the pattern. The first step in healing is recognizing that expectation is not evidence. Feeling afraid someone will leave does not mean they are leaving. Feeling panic during distance does not prove danger. Emotions can be real without being accurate. This distinction changes everything. The next step is asking, what is happening now, separate from what happened before? Is this person actually withdrawing, or simply human? Is there a pattern of neglect, or one imperfect day? Is this relationship unsafe, or is my old wound activated? This does not mean ignoring red flags. It means separating present facts from past echoes. You must also grieve what was missing originally. Many abandonment fears persist because the earlier pain was never fully honored. Maybe no one noticed your loneliness. Maybe affection was unstable. Maybe your needs felt inconvenient. Maybe goodbye came suddenly. Maybe love was conditional. The adult mind keeps searching for certainty because the younger heart never received enough safety. Let yourself mourn that. Grief often softens panic more than logic alone. Another healing practice is building internal steadiness. Many people fear abandonment intensely because they believe if someone leaves, they will collapse. So teach yourself a new truth. If someone leaves, I will hurt, but I can survive. If connection changes, I can adapt. If love ends, I still remain. My life is larger than another person's choices. This self-trust reduces desperation. You should also choose relationships with consistency. Some fears are amplified by genuinely unstable people. If you repeatedly attach to avoidant, manipulative, or inconsistent partners, the wound stays inflamed. Healing often requires both inner work and better selection. Another powerful step is tolerating healthy space. Not every pause is abandonment. Not every silence is rejection. Not every separate activity means emotional distance. People can love you and need solitude. People can care and still be tired. People can be loyal and imperfect. Learning this widens emotional safety. There may be grief here too. You may realize how many years were spent chasing certainty no person could fully provide. How many good relationships were burdened by old fear. How often you begged for proof because your nervous system was starving for what should have been given long ago. Let that grief become compassion. You were trying to secure love with tools built in scarcity. Now you can build from abundance. Over time, something changes. A delayed text no longer ruins the day. Space no longer feels like doom. You ask directly instead of spiraling silently. You stop testing love and start receiving it. You become able to miss someone without assuming loss. That is healing. One day you notice you are no longer living at the edge of goodbye. You can enjoy closeness without rehearsing endings. You can love without gripping. You can be alone without feeling erased. Tonight, let every old expectation of being left begin to loosen. Let the subconscious learn that today is not the same room as yesterday. Let relationships be present instead of haunted by imagined exits. You do not need constant proof to be worthy. You do not need to cling to be chosen. You do not need to expect abandonment to survive it. Sometimes the deepest cleanse is discovering that the one who stayed with you all along can be you. And when the fear of abandonment begins to soften, another doorway quietly opens. Many people spend years trying to heal through movement, noise, scrolling, work, entertainment, talking, fixing, chasing, and staying busy. Yet the moment life becomes quiet, discomfort rises, restlessness appears, old thoughts return, feelings surface. This is why silence can reveal what distraction hides. Distraction is not always harmless. Sometimes it is medicine for a tired mind. Sometimes it is healthy recreation. But often it becomes escape, a way to stay occupied so deeper truths never get a chance to speak. Many people are not afraid of silence itself. They are afraid of what silence uncovers. In noise, you can outrun yourself. In silence, you meet yourself. The phone goes down. The room grows still. There is no task demanding attention, no conversation to perform in, no urgency to hide inside. Then something rises. Loneliness, grief, confusion, unprocessed anger, fear of wasted years, emptiness, unsatisfied desires, exhaustion. The truth that something must change. This is why some people keep constant stimulation around them. Music always on, TV always playing, endless scrolling, overpacked schedules, relationships chosen for noise rather than depth, work used as anesthesia. Distraction can postpone pain. It cannot dissolve it. The subconscious often uses busyness as protection. If stillness once meant danger, neglect, criticism, or being left alone with overwhelming feelings, then silence can feel threatening. The body remembers seasons where quiet was heavy, so when calm arrives now, the nervous system may misread it. It says, "Something is wrong. I need stimulation. I need to check something. I need to call someone. I need to move. I need to escape this feeling." But sometimes nothing is wrong. Something is simply being revealed. Silence is like clear water. It shows what was already beneath the surface. Another reason silence feels hard is identity. Many people know themselves only in motion, the productive one, the helpful one, the entertainer, the achiever, the busy survivor. When activity stops, they ask, "Who am I without tasks? What remains when I am not performing usefulness? Do I even know myself when nothing is demanding me?" These are sacred questions, not threats. The first step in healing is changing your view of silence. Stop seeing it only as emptiness. Silence is diagnostic. It shows where attention is needed. If anxiety rises in silence, perhaps the body needs safety. If sadness rises, perhaps grief needs space. If boredom rises, perhaps life lacks meaning. If restlessness rises, perhaps addiction to stimulation is present. If peace rises, perhaps you are finally hearing yourself. Silence reveals honestly. The next step is taking small doses instead of forcing extremes. A wounded system may resist long stillness immediately. Begin gently. 5 minutes without your phone. A short walk without audio. Tea in the morning without screens. Sitting quietly before sleep. Driving without constant input. These moments retrain the nervous system to tolerate presence. You must also learn to stay when discomfort first appears. Many people flee silence at the first sign of feeling. They mistake discomfort for danger. But discomfort is often the doorway. The tears that rise may be healing. The boredom may expose a life needing redesign. The anxiety may reveal exhaustion. The thoughts may show beliefs needing challenge. If you leave every time truth knocks, patterns remain hidden. Another important practice is asking gentle questions in quiet moments. What am I avoiding? What do I actually feel today? What needs attention in my life? What have I outgrown? What is trying to heal in me? You do not need immediate answers. The asking itself opens inner honesty. There may be grief here too. Many people realize how many years were spent staying distracted from themselves, how many signals were ignored, how much pain kept asking softly for care while noise covered it. Let that grief become wisdom. You were surviving the best way you knew. Now you can choose something deeper. Silence also reveals beauty that distraction hides. The sound of your own breath, the relief of not performing. The subtle gratitude already present, creative ideas long buried under noise, memories ready to be integrated, a calmer rhythm waiting underneath urgency, the quiet presence of being alive. Many people search everywhere for answers that only become audible in stillness. Over time, something changes. Silence no longer feels empty, it feels spacious. You stop needing constant input. You hear intuition more clearly. You notice tension sooner. You feel emotions before they become explosions. You enjoy simple moments without needing to fill them. That is healing. One day the room becomes quiet, and instead of panic, you soften. Instead of reaching for distraction automatically, you breathe. Instead of running from yourself, you sit beside yourself. You become companion instead of escape artist. Tonight, let every addiction to noise begin to loosen. Let the subconscious learn that stillness is not punishment. Let silence become a place where truth can speak gently. You do not need constant distraction to be okay. You do not need noise to avoid yourself. You do not need movement to prove life is happening. Sometimes the deepest cleanse begins when everything gets quiet enough for what matters to finally be heard. And when silence begins revealing what distraction once concealed, another hidden weight often becomes easier to notice. Some pain you carry was never fully yours. Some shame entered through family systems, relationships, culture, manipulation, or the emotions of others. Many people spend years apologizing internally for burdens they did not create. This is how to cleanse the mind of borrowed guilt. Borrowed guilt is the feeling of responsibility for what was not your duty. It happens when a child feels responsible for a parent's moods, when someone is blamed for another person's choices, when you become the peacekeeper in a chaotic home, when saying no makes you feel cruel, when another adult avoids accountability and places the emotional bill in your hands, you begin carrying weight that belonged elsewhere. Some people learned this very early. If others were upset, you felt it was your fault. If conflict happened, you tried to fix it. If someone suffered, you abandoned yourself to rescue them. If you had needs, you felt selfish. If you succeeded, you felt disloyal. If you set boundaries, you felt guilty. These patterns can continue for decades. The subconscious often mistakes guilt for goodness. It believes, if I feel guilty, I must be caring. If I suffer for others, I must be loving. If I carry everyone's emotions, I must be valuable. But guilt is not always conscience. Sometimes it is conditioning. Healthy guilt says, I violated my values, repair what you can. Borrowed guilt says, someone is uncomfortable, so I must be wrong. That distinction changes lives. Many people cannot tell the difference because they were trained to prioritize others before self. They became emotional employees in families that never paid them with peace. Another source of borrowed guilt is manipulation. Some people use disappointment, silence, tears, anger, obligation, or victimhood to control others. They imply, if you loved me, you would do this. If you were a good person, you would stay. If you cared, you would sacrifice more. If you set limits, you are selfish. Over time, the mind absorbs these messages. Then even healthy choices feel immoral. The first step in cleansing borrowed guilt is asking a clear question. Did I actually do wrong, or is someone simply unhappy with my boundary? This question separates ethics from discomfort. Someone can dislike your decision without your decision being wrong. You can say no and still be kind. You can choose yourself and still be loving. You can leave dysfunction and still be moral. You can disappoint others and still be good. Another powerful question is, what belongs to me here and what belongs to them? Your responsibility may be honesty, respect, effort, and integrity. Their responsibility may be their reactions, healing, maturity, expectations, finances, emotions, or choices. Many anxious people carry both sides. You must return what is not yours. Another important truth: empathy without boundaries becomes self-erasure. Feeling compassion for others is beautiful. Feeling obligated to bleed for everyone is not. You can care deeply without becoming the container for everyone else's unresolved pain. The next step is noticing guilt triggers. Do you feel guilty when resting, when spending money on yourself, when saying no, when succeeding beyond family patterns, when needing space, when not fixing someone else's life? These moments often reveal inherited scripts. Maybe rest was called laziness. Maybe independence was called selfishness. Maybe success threatened insecure people. Maybe boundaries upset those who benefited from your lack of them. Their labels may still live in your nervous system. Challenge them gently. Rest can be responsible. Boundaries can be loving. Distance can be wise. Success can be honorable. Self-care can be necessary. You must also grieve the years spent over-carrying. Many people realize they became adults while still carrying emotional debts assigned in childhood. They parented parents. They stabilized unstable people. They apologized for existing needs. Let that grief move through you. It is not weakness to mourn stolen lightness. Another healing practice is changing the body's response to guilt. Borrowed guilt often lives physically. Tight chest, urge to explain, panic when disappointing others, compulsion to fix everything immediately. Pause when guilt rises. Breathe slowly. Relax the jaw. Delay the automatic apology. Do not explain instantly. Ask whether the guilt is true or trained. Space weakens false guilt. There may also be fear beneath guilt. If pleasing others once kept you safe, then boundaries can trigger alarm. The body may think conflict equals danger. Thank the old protection, then update it. I am allowed to be loved without overgiving. I am allowed to disappoint people and remain worthy. I am allowed to choose peace. Over time, something beautiful happens. You stop apologizing for having limits. You stop rescuing adults from their own choices. You stop carrying moods that are not yours. You stop confusing exhaustion with virtue. You begin helping from freedom, not fear. That is mature love. One day someone becomes upset with your healthy boundary, and instead of collapsing into guilt, you stay calm. You remain respectful. You let them have their feelings. You keep your center. That is freedom from borrowed guilt. Tonight, let every false burden begin to loosen. Let the subconscious release old contracts that made you responsible for everyone's weather. Let conscience stay pure while conditioning falls away. You are not selfish for protecting your peace. You are not cruel for refusing unhealthy demands. You are not guilty because others dislike your growth. Sometimes the deepest cleanse is returning burdens to the hands they came from, and walking lighter because of it. Tonight was never about becoming someone new. It was about remembering who you were before pain taught you fear, before betrayal taught you suspicion, before guilt taught you self-erasure, before chaos taught you to mistake suffering for life. We walked through the hidden contracts of the mind, the wounds disguised as intuition, the memories that kept injecting poison, the bitterness that tried to become home, the overthinking that pretended to protect you, and the old fears that kept joy, love, peace, and truth at a distance. And now something inside you is quieter, clearer, lighter, not because every wound vanished in one night, but because the mind has begun to loosen its grip on what no longer belongs there. Healing often starts this way, softly, invisibly, beneath the surface. So as you rest tonight, let the old stories fall away. Let the nervous system unclench. Let the heart stop preparing for battles that are over. Let tomorrow meet a version of you that is less burdened than yesterday. If this message reached something deep inside you, leave a comment with the words, "I release the old." Let that be your declaration. Let that be the moment your healing became conscious. And if this brought you peace, subscribe to the channel for more deep Stoic wisdom to heal the mind, strengthen the spirit, and help you sleep free.